Hello there and welcome to the best breakfast in the city. This is yet another exciting edition of Breakfast Daily here on Channel 1 Television. I am Nanatufo Boateng. Now, all throughout the weekend, right, I've been thinking about partnerships, okay? Participatory progress, teamwork, associations, unity. And then I came across a quotation in the Bible from the book of Ecclesiastes, chapter 4. If you look at the verses 9 to 12, it talks about how two can get a good return for their labor, how two can resist an attack. Let me read to you briefly, and then you mull over this throughout the day. And then you, on your own, can fancy the importance of teamwork, of working together, of having the right association, and of course, more importantly, having a good partnership. All right? So let's look at this. Ecclesiastes chapter 4, 9 to 12. Two are better than one. They have a good return for their labor. If either of them falls down, the other can lift them up. But woe to the one who falls down with no one to lift them up. Also, if two people are together, they can withstand an attack, but a person alone will not be able to resist. Also, if two people are together, they can withstand an attack, but a person alone will not be able to resist. So just think about it, all right? And then while you go about your normal activities throughout the day, reflect on the importance of teamwork and the fact that perhaps you're good on your own, but when in partnership with another, you can be better. I'll leave you with that. Just think about it, okay? Let's get into the seasons of prayer. This whole month, April, for every single weekday in the month, we're praying, okay? 3 seasons of prayer per day. We start at 12 a.m. to 1 a.m., what we call the midnight cry. And then we have, this is your day, at 4 a.m. to 6 a.m. Then in the afternoon, okay, at noon, we have the prayer encounter from 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. This is live on Facebook. We're just wrapping it up. We have just today and tomorrow to go, and then it all comes to an end. The seasons of prayer, we scheduled it for the month of April. We have been praying from the first day of April up until now, every single weekday. We're grateful to you for joining us throughout the prayer sessions, and we ask that you continue praying. But join us, let us wrap it up properly. It will all be ending tomorrow, Wednesday, April 30. But it has not stopped there. We continue praying on May 1, and that's a Thursday at the family consecration service, where we all gather as one big family, one big unit, and we pray to God. We lift up prayer, and we anticipate blessings. The blessings will be ours. The honor and the glory will be His. So let's all meet at the Oil Dome of the Royal House Chapel on the 1st of May, which is a Thursday, a holiday, and let us all pray together. There have been several testimonies over the years. There have been deliverances over the years. Miracles have happened over the years. But one striking or unique thing about the family consecration service is that married couples have the opportunity to renew their vows. And it's absolutely beautiful seeing people who have been married for 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 years renewing their vows, expressing their fidelity to each other. It's absolutely beautiful. So let's see you there on Thursday, May 1, 2025 at the Oil Dome of the Royal House Chapel here in Accra. Let us pray together. Let's see God's intervention. Let's see God's face in our daily endeavors. And truly, truly, we believe that He is a miracle-working God, and He will come to our aid when we seek Him and seek Him diligently and faithfully. All right, so it's happening on May 1, Thursday, 2025, where Oil Dome, Royal House Chapel, just around the Obechebi Lamte roundabout. Let's see you there, okay? Reverend Stephen Wengam will be there. Reverend Mauli Chikata will be there. Reverend Mauli Benson will be there. Reverend Michael Noah Bewonu, Reverend Nelson Awintia, Reverend Fred Yemofio McDavis will also be there. We need to see you there. Come one, come all, come with your families, and let us pray together. All right? Thank you. Let's get into the papers now. Let's bring you what the papers are saying this morning. I'll start off with the Ghanaian Times. Front page says, President unveils a Jumara. Initiative to create 10,000 businesses annually. President unveils a Jumera initiative to create 10,000 businesses annually. Chip-embedded passport rolled out. Chip-embedded passport rolled out. Protesters hit Accra streets, demand end to Galamsey. Protesters hit Accra streets, demand end to Galamsey. Stop blame game, channel energies into business creation. Richard Nikwe challenges youth. He says, stop blame game, channel energies into business creation. This is Richard Nikwe challenging the youth. When you go to the back page, a number of stories there as well. Grab a copy of the Ghanaian Times and you can get the details there. All right, let's see what the Daily Graphic is saying today. Front page of the Daily Graphic also captures His Excellency, the President of the Republic, John Dramani Mahama there. And it says, a Jumera blast off. Program to create 20,000 decent jobs annually. A Jumera blast off. Program to create 20,000 decent jobs annually. Chip-embedded passports kick in. President Mahama Akufo-Addo take copies. Chip-embedded passports kick in. President Mahama and Akufo-Addo take copies. Boko feuding parties converge on Menshia for peace talks. Boko feuding parties converge on Menshia for peace talks. We know that as of yesterday, the factions in the ongoing Boko conflict arrived at the Menshia Palace at the behest of His Royal Majesty the Asantehene Otumfuo to the second. Mediation talks, we understand, will begin today. There's improved security to ensure a smooth discussion. Yesterday, we heard from a historian from the Menshia Palace, Safo Kantanka, giving us an idea of what is expected to happen when the peace talks begin. But what we know that is that the factions, the factions involved in the Boko conflict have converged on the Menshia Palace to begin the mediation process, which is led by, of course, His Royal Majesty the Asantehene Otumfuo the second. All right, let's look at other stories on the front page of the Daily Graphic newspaper. July 1 declared National Day of Thanksgiving. July 1 declared National Day of Thanksgiving. Weak enforcement behind annual fiscal loss. UPSA Dean. And he lauds SML's role in plugging leakages. He says weak enforcement behind annual fiscal loss. When you go to the back page, a number of stories on there as well. On the back page of the Daily Graphic newspaper. Let's see what the Daily Guide is saying. What's the Daily Guide saying? OSP drags Charles Bissiou to court for corruption. OSP drags Charles Bissiou to court for corruption. And then, of course, there's a sad one that came in from the Ashanti region yesterday. The silver stool has lost its ruler. And so, Daily Guide captures it here and says, Asante Mamponhene dead. As Dasibre Osei Bonsu is the late Asante Mamponhene, custodian of the silver stool. He has passed on after a short illness. I understand he passed on somewhere last week. Yesterday, the Bretio family or the Bretio clan of Asante Mampong did, as tradition demands, go to the Menshia Palace to officially notify and, of course, bring to the attention of the Asantehene Otumfuo of the passing of the Mamponhene Dasibre Osei Bonsu. Okay, so quite a sad one. Kumase will be black. Asante Mampong will be black from now on as we await arrangements for the interment and the funeral rites of the late Mamponhene. May his soul rest in perfect peace. Let's bring you some other stories on the front page of the Daily Guide. This one says, history will be kind to Nana. That's the former vice president and the flag bearer of the New Patriotic Party for the 2024 general elections. His Excellency Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia speaking there. And he says history will be kind to Nana. Then you have the Richard Niamakwe story also here. It says, let's invest together for economic growth. Amakwe to youth. All right, that's it for the Daily Guide newspaper. Let's see what's happening in the Chronicle. Front page of the Chronicle says, OSP files bribery charges against Charles Bissiou. OSP files bribery charges against Charles Bissiou. Ghanaians should forgive NPP. That's Dr. Baumia speaking. Ghanaians should forgive NPP. That's Dr. Baumia speaking there. Ghana rolls out chip-embedded passport. I'm reading from the front page of the Chronicle newspaper now. It says Ghana rolls out chip-embedded passport. Ghana rolls out chip-embedded passport. A Jumara program is not a fanfare. This is President Mahama speaking. A Jumara program is not a fanfare. President Mahama speaking. Clinical psychologist in court over alleged $70,000 forex fraud. Clinical psychologist in court over alleged $70,000 forex fraud. And then we take our memory verse for the day from the Chronicle. It says 1 Samuel 8:3. The book of 1 Samuel, the chapter 8, the verse number 3. But they were not like their father, for they were greedy for money. They accepted bribes and perverted justice. I read it again. 1 Samuel 8:3. But they were not like their father, for they were greedy for money. They accepted bribes and perverted justice. May the Lord add his blessings to the reading of his word. All right, let's check out the Daybreak newspaper, which says, shake up in Gulf. Okay, shake up in Gulf. That's the Ghana Armed Forces. Comes with a few pictures of some army generals. And it says, shake up in Gulf. NEIP spearheads a Jumara program. NEIP spearheads a Jumara program to empower 10,000 youth entrepreneurs annually. NEIP spearheads a Jumara program to empower 10,000 youth entrepreneurs annually. We had a solid record of achievements, but not everything went right. That's Dr. Baumia speaking. We had a solid record of achievements, but not everything went right. CDS hosts 2-star generals in valedictory meeting. CDS hosts 2-star generals in valedictory meeting. Let common sense prevail. Julius Deborah to appointees. Let common sense prevail. That's the Chief of Staff, Julius Deborah, speaking to appointees of the Mahama government. The New Republic. Let's check out the New Republic. Bissiou's saga escalates. OSP hits him with 15 criminal charges. Bissiou's saga escalates. OSP hits him with 15 criminal charges. Vice President opens Mental Health Awareness Month. Vice President opens Mental Health Awareness Month. STC turmoil. Assets mismanaged and official vehicles sold off. Akomia and deputies accused of taking STC's official vehicles. And then this one says, Mahama Ejumera policy ignites youth entrepreneurship. 10,000 youth-owned businesses to be created annually. Mahama Ejumera policy ignites youth entrepreneurship. 10,000 youth-owned businesses to be created annually. That's the New Republic. And then when you go to the Economy Times says Ghana's growth projection revised as World Bank IMF re-evaluate global economy. Ghana's growth projection revised as World Bank IMF re-evaluate global economy. Fitch predicts minimal impact of U.S. tariffs on Ghana as IMF pushes for economic reforms. Fitch predicts minimal impact of U.S. tariffs on Ghana as IMF pushes for economic reforms. Cryptocurrency trading regulatory framework begin to emerge. Cryptocurrency trading regulatory framework begin to emerge. So that's the front page of the Economy Times. Grab a copy and you can get the details. Now, I want to take you online briefly. We'll start off with the channel1news.com. When I go to channel1news.com, they are leading with the mediation process. Story says, Otumfuo to begin mediation today as Boko factions arrive in Kumasi. Otumfuo to begin mediation today as Boko factions arrive in Kumasi. Now, the CEO of the Petroleum Hub, Dr. Anthony Obeng, sat with Bernard Avle last night on The Point of View here on Channel 1 TV. A number of stories came out of that interview, and so I'll bring you some highlights of those as well as captured on channel1news.com. Damai Mine, Tony Obeng backs government Goldfields transitional deal. Damai Mine, Tony Obeng backs government Goldfields transitional deal. Okay. Also, there was a demonstration seeking or calling for an end to illegal mining, commonly referred to as Galamsey. And stories captured here says, Generational Rights Group extends anti-Galamsey protest by 2 days. Generational Rights Group extends anti-Galamsey protest by 2 days. Politicians' involvement undermining Galamsey fight. Again, Tony Obeng speaking there. Captured from that interview on The Point of View with Bernard Avle last night. Politicians' involvement undermining Galamsey fight. That's Tony Obeng. 4 months too short to judge Mahama's Galamsey fight. Again, Tony Obeng speaking there. 4 months too short to judge Mahama's Galamsey fight. Use appropriate forum to voice your concerns. Ahiagba tells Boache Ejako. He says, use appropriate forum to voice your concerns. Ahiagba tells Boache Ejako. Richard Ahiagba is the Director of Communications of the New Patriotic Party. He sat with Vivian Kai Loko on the Channel 1 newsroom last night. A number of stories from that interview as well. We'll be bringing you highlights of it. Perennial flooding. Traders urge swift completion of dredging of Odo River. Perennial flooding. Traders urge swift completion of dredging of Odo River. Mahama exploiting legal loophole to target Chief Justice. This is Richard Ahiagba speaking again, as I mentioned earlier, from that interview on the Channel 1 newsroom last night. Mahama exploiting legal loophole to target Chief Justice. PPP, that's the Progressive People's Party. PPP backs Chief Justice suspension, calls for accountability and due process. PPP backs Chief Justice suspension, calls for accountability and due process. Thank you, Tor. Focus on internal unity. Dr. Asa Asante to the NPP. He's a political analyst and he's calling on the NPP to focus on its internal unity, saying that the thank you tour will have little to no impact if the party does not resolve its own internal bickerings. All right, so that's Dr. Asa Asante there. Now, thank you tour controversies are normal. This is Miracles Abuaje. He was spokesperson for the Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia campaign team in the lead up and, of course, during the 2024 general elections. And he's saying that thank you tour controversies are normal. And when we go to Kumasi, High Court dismisses NDC's election petition on 3 parliamentary results. High Court dismisses NDC's election petition on 3 parliamentary results. Then you have a Jumara program fully funded. A Jumara program fully funded. That's President Mahama speaking there. All right, let's go see what's happening with citynewsroom.com. www.citynewsroom.com. Again, they have stories from that interview with Bernard Avle on the point of view. Tony Obeng speaking, and he says Galamsey LI 2462 must be completely repealed. LI 2462 must be completely repealed. That's Dr. Anthony Obeng speaking there. Anti-Galamsey protesters project environmental devastation onto Jubilee House. Anti-Galamsey protesters project environmental devastation onto Jubilee House. In education, there was a visit by the Education Committee of Parliament to the Accra Academy yesterday, and the story says only 22 staff overseeing 5,000 students. Headmaster reviews. So this is at Accra Academy Senior High. Okay. Story says only 22 staff overseeing 5,000 students. Headmaster reviews. Then we'll go back to that interview on the point of view. Tony Obin again speaking here. He says politicians' involvement makes Galamsey fight difficult. We have established that on this show over and over again. Tony Obin is rehashing or re-emphasizing the same point, saying that politicians' involvement makes Galamsey fight difficult. Thank you, Tor. Baumia speaking from collective standpoint. Richard Ahiagba, Director of Communications for the New Patriotic Party, NPP, speaking here. Admit your failures and stop shifting blames. Asa Asante to Baumia. Admit your failures and stop shifting blames. Asa Asante to Baumia. When we go to the telco sector, it says 5,700 customers affected by data breach. MTN Ghana confirms. 5,700 customers affected by data breach. This is troubling. We need to get to the bottom of it, find out what happened, what the challenges were, and what measures have been instituted to prevent a future occurrence. But as it is, MTN is saying that 5,700 customers have been affected by data breach. All right, let's move on. Matilda Asante Asiedu appointed second deputy governor of the Bank of Ghana. Matilda Asante Asiedu appointed second deputy governor of the Bank of Ghana. You can get details of this story and several others on our website, channel1news.com, as well as citynewsroom.com. All the 411 is there, all the details on these portals. I am Nana Tufo Boateng. You're watching Breakfast Daily here on Channel 1 TV. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
This year, take the first step towards a deeper connection with God and one another. Join us for the Family Consecration Service, a powerful journey of faith, love, and renewal. In 2025, we are called to consecrate our homes, our hearts, and our lives.
The Lord is protecting you with His favor this morning in the name of Jesus. May the Lord favor your going out. May the Lord favor your coming in.
To dedicate ourselves and our families to the path of faith, grace, and unity. Through prayer and reflection and a shared devotion, the Family Consecration Service 2025 brings families closer together, strengthens bonds, and invites God's presence into every corner of our homes. It's on Thursday, 1st of May 2025 from 6 a.m. to 12 noon. The venue is the Oil Dome, Royal House Chapel International, Accra. There will be renewal of vows for married couples.
On this occasion, I'm asking you to forgive me for all the hits and pain I have caused you.
Join countless families around the world as we come together to consecrate our lives in the spirit of love and faith. A consecration for today and for generations to come. Make this year a new beginning. Family Consecration Service 2025 for the love of God and the love of family. Join us this year. Together, let's consecrate our families and our hearts.
We're doing something quite interesting. We're making red eba with fried turkey and sauteed or stir-fried vegetables.
Put that on fire. Turn on
What's
the stove.
cooking? Wow.
Taki is cooking.
Turkey.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. This will be delicious when cooked. Hello?
So
Yeah.
this is what you do now?
No. I had early signals.
Your GPS is not working.
No, I had early signals.
Which early signal?
And to avoid the rain, I have to come early.
Which rain?
It's about to rain.
Ghana met you. You know
Yes.
Red eba is just your regular normal eba. But this
Okay.
time around it's stewed.
All right, Chef Orel. So I was just letting you do your thing with the stir fry.
Yeah.
It's fun to watch you cook. It's mesmerizing.
Yeah. It's been cooked. It's been cooked.
Where is this hat from?
What's Cooking is brought to you by Tasty Tom, Kivo Pepper.
Let's get into the world of sports like never before.
No one ball, what back?
You know how we do it on Fridays.
Join us every Friday at 7 p.m. on 97.3 City FM for Sports Panorama, your ultimate destination for all things sports.
One of the biggest scandals in this country's history. You can't spend 250 million USD and come out with that.
Blasters efitomo. Oto adwe ebo motain.
From the thrill of association football to the excitement of basketball, tennis, athletics, and even emerging sports, we cover it all. Whether it's the Premier League or the latest NBA showdown, we bring you the stories behind the stars.
Getting an opportunity to become a national team coach, you should understand the politics around football.
And don't miss the prayer of the rabbi.
Joe was Zabal.
How Zebal there?
Zabal won chaboke walako. Walako ekblekeshi.
We're not just about the games, we're about the community.
If you are going to be given this kind of treatment, then you need to be that guy. When I look at him play, he is not it.
Or when it's time for Don't Call Me.
Moria piki, a piki. No lala jay.
Join the conversation as we connect with fans across the country and beyond. Want the latest updates? Send us your thoughts and we'll feature your comments live on air. And remember, we like to hear your predictions for matches and your thoughts in general. Think you know who's going to win? Let us know.
Big shout outs to my YouTube people.
Tune in every Friday at 7 p.m. only on 97.3 City FM. Sports Panorama, where sports come alive.
Minke man bi monu nya Kofi Adam no mai kami. Matwale. Man ke la ke no ya ne. Meneke. Fe won sha ko ba club me fe ke jeje. Ni wo hia ka wo hye. Ye Yesu gba mi. Amen.
Sports Panorama, your weekly sports fix. Don't miss out on the action. Sports Panorama. Catch the excitement every Friday. Hello again. Grateful that you stayed on with us. This is Breakfast Daily here on Channel 1 TV. It's time to get talking, to discuss or have a conversation about the various topics that have made it to the front pages of the various dailies. We've picked a number of them and then we'll be delving into them. Remember that the show is interactive. We'd like to hear from you. Send us your thoughts, your comments, your contributions via our socials and, of course, on the WhatsApp number on your screens. Let us know what you think about various submissions and, of course, the conversations that we will be having. Okay, let me quickly say hi or good morning to my guest. We have the Honorable Fred Agbenyo, Member of Parliament for the good people of Guan, in studio with us. Good morning, boss.
My brother, good morning.
Good to have
see
you.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's been a while.
First time having you here.
With you.
Yes,
That's true.
Yes. And, of course, Larry Dogbe, he's the managing editor of the Herald newspaper. Good morning, boss.
Good morning.
He's a big man, eh?
Big man.
Hey.
He's a strong man too.
So, Larry,
Boss, you see, you are surprised.
No, is it my surprise? Is the fact that you're hiding it from me?
He's my brother. Does he trust me for once?
Good stuff. Good to have you, gentlemen. Let's get straight into it. We're expecting a third guest, but he should be here any moment from now. But we're starting from his camp, actually. And so the New Patriotic Party, the NPP, led by, of course, its 2024 flag bearer for the elections, Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, is on a thank you tour. They visited a number of regions already. A lot has been said, and there's been reactions. It's not the first time we are hearing or seeing a thank you tour. I mean, the various parties do it after major elections. But this time, it's as though it's creating a lot of controversies regarding the statements that have been made during this tour. I'll start with you, Fred. A stalwart of the NPP, for example, Boakye Jakon, thinks that the thank you tour has lost its originality or what it was really intended to do and might lead to the party imploding. I don't know what your thoughts are about this particular thank you tour and some of the things that have been said.
Well, thank you very much. Let me say good morning to our viewers and my brother, the big and a rich man, and a very self.
Where is this from?
Let me extend my greetings also to the people of the Republic of SAR. I'm a little bit under the weather, so just bear with me.
Sure.
I don't know what is hovering around the atmosphere, so just bear with me. I don't know. Ordinarily, I would have said, Mami Dimi Fiasem, so the NPP to keep their own case to themselves. Yeah. But to the extent that as a public institution, all of us have an interest in it.
Exactly.
I believe in multi-party democracy, and so I'm interested in seeing other political parties doing well and position themselves to be able to govern as and when the people of this country decide to give them the mandate. And that is to that extent that I want to comment on what is happening in NPP today. You see, I have served our party all the way to the national level, and so I understand what happens when you go for an elections and you lose an elections and you come out of the elections and you really want to come back to as a political party. There's a way you are expected to go about things. Now, you set up a committee to do what you are calling fact-finding. I have an issue. The person you place as the head of that committee himself was very deep in the entire controversy, right from Parliament, to the extent that for the first time in our history, in the Fourth Republic, you had a situation where the president's nominee for the speakership of Parliament was voted against. His own people also contributed to it. So if your MPs, you are not popular with your MPs didn't accept you, that alone should give some signal to the president, no. And so how do you now go and set up a committee to go into fact-finding, and this person now is the chair of that committee?
His stature within the party. He's quite revered within the NPP.
The stature was bruised.
I think you have used the right expression.
It was bruised.
You know, he lost it. He lost the stature that he had after the 2020 elections because he was the Speaker of Parliament then. And we also what happened before, after 2020, right?
Yeah.
And so how can we say because of his stature in the party? He has also contested the flag bearer before, if you remember.
Yeah.
Far back in 2017.
Yeah.
2007.
Yeah.
That primaries at Legon, he was part of it. So he has his own camp. He has people who like him and those who don't like him. He became a speaker. If what his colleagues or the MPs at his side did at the time to go by, you can't then conclude that, hey, it's not very well accepted even within that enclave. Now, he was a former MP for Domi Kwabenya. He contested in that elections. He even had comments made by Adjoa Safo in Kenya, Japan. At a point, he was appealing to Ken to help the son win the elections. My business mother is in the race. Actually, my business mother come and support your son. We heard all these things, right? And so when the elections are over now, you meet a person like this, the chair of the committee, you are starting on the wrong footing. People cannot trust the person in charge. You can say that there are other people, but he is ahead. So whatever reports he brings, people will be looking at the report with some skepticism, like real. Can he really put the facts? Because he was really involved in the entire campaign. He was consulted in everything that they did. So how can you be your own judge in your own court and expect to be able to put out a credible report that people can trust? That aside, whichever way you have brought the report, the first thing you do as a political party is to sit in-house leadership Try to resolve whatever issues you have among yourselves. A few people contested for the flag bearership, including Kennedy Ajapon, Alhaji Mahmoud Baumia. And those who contested and they left the scene for these two to continue. Some people even left the party. Some people were sacked from the party. And so the first thing you should have done is to sit down in the office there. Okay, call Baumia, call Kennedy, call Atta Kennedy, call Ajaku, call all those big guys, including the former chairman that you forcefully push out of the party. And what's his name? Paul Afoko. And the second vice chair, what's his name? Sami Krab, and all these guys. Sit them down. You manage, because they are the kingpins, they are the big boys. They are the people of the following. So you mind them in a room. When you have generally resolved that issue indoor, now you can move out there and say you are going to embark on a thank you talk. I watch and I ask myself, is this in a thank you talk or an interaction with your party faithfuls? When I go for the elections and I win the election, I don't limit my thank you talk to my party executives. I'm going to thank the entire constituency, the chiefs and everybody. But what I see so far, that's if they are interacting. Eric, good to see you. Welcome.
After he's finished punching
I was listening to him.
But you know, it has to be friendly fire. They have not said anything. Friendly fire, you know. And so you ask yourself, how on earth, if the people who said they are going to do a thank you talk, they've not been able to resolve their issues in-house, and you move out there, how are you able to reconcile the people you are going to meet? And so right in front of the people on the platform, people are throwing salvos at each other. How does it help? So you are deepening the holes rather. And so they should see what they are doing. In fact, it is not a thank you talk. What they intend to do, you see, Baumia is not getting it. I advised him before the 2024 elections that Alhaji Baumia exit with Nana Dada Akufo-Addo. Go and stay somewhere. You can go and do some consultancy, some lectureship, whatever you want to do with yourself. Let 1 term pass, let 2 term pass, come back. By which time, Ghanaians would have forgotten, you know, most of the things that you did. Because before the 2024 election,
growing on.
What's that? You need credibility. Okay, you need credibility to win an elections. Nanado has shown us that even at 74, 75, you can win an election. Baumia is barely, is it 60, even 60 years? You don't even have 60 years.
No.
He's on 60.
No, I doubt Baumia is 60. He's not 60.
He's 60.
Yes.
Yeah,
so he's barely 60. But all of us agree. I'm 49. Eric, my junior brother.
48. Well, let's say good morning to Eric Chum. Eric Chum is a member of the MPP.
So let me just land and allow Eric to talk about the issue. And I watch Abronye and I watch Kennedy Ajapon.
Is it true that 2 of them were fighting?
I do not know.
I hear the video is there.
No, the video is there.
Have you seen it?
Yeah, I've seen the video.
Yeah, people have seen it. Yeah. I haven't seen it. But
I
have heard about it.
Okay.
You know,
but maybe if your producers have, they might want to show it to us so that
I haven't seen it. And
Talk
I
to your
don't think they
No,
have.
it's not about you. It's your producers.
You don't want to show it.
They are listening. If they have it, they will show it.
You see, and so I don't think that what is going on now is proper. You see, and already the fashions are becoming too clear. What is Dr. Baumia saying on the talk? He goes somewhere to go and say, okay, blame Nana Akufo-Addo for our problems. The next day he goes back and say, well, posterity will judge Nana. What does he say?
He says history will be kind to Nana.
No, so you the same person have admitted on the same platform that you know what? The man contributed to our defeat based on his policies and the things that he did. The arrogance of power that was exhibited and everything. The fact that he couldn't call people to order. He sat on a watch. The investment that they did in the so-called cathedral, $58 million down the drain. I don't know what we are going to do with that thing today. I don't know how we are going to get that project completed. My advice really on this show this morning to President Mahama, let's get some investors. Let's convert that whole place into some beautiful apartments for workers. You know, the Rich Hospital has staff, they can stay in there. People working in the ministries can stay in there. You know, the place is already very choked. And the traffic that we have in town, that is the only thing we can turn that place into. Because for me, I've been interested from the word go. So how do you go and put a cathedral in that space when the place is already very choked? You have Accra Sports in there. You have Parliament over there. You have
AICC.
And all these institutions. What such interventions does that they open up the country. What would have been wrong if you take that into a breeze somewhere? You take that into Sogankope Road somewhere. The city, new city will emerge.
Exactly.
Well planned. But it's as if we I don't know. So Baumia admits that some of these things contributed to their defeat.
Very well.
Now the same person that came about to tell us that, you know what? He should be very kind to Akufo-Addo. What is he saying? All right? He must take responsibility because he dented his personal image as a candidate. Go on the internet and Google Alhaji Baumia. You see, everything is driven by perception. The perception out there is that he doesn't speak the truth. The perception out there is that he's always, and go and check. I can list over 1,000 issues.
Very well.
So for me, he needs to do proper assessment. And I can tell you, I'm not a prophet of doom. The person leading NPP 2028 elections is none other but Kennedy Ajapon and not Alhaji Baumia. Mark it on the wall.
Granted. Larry.
Yeah.
You want me to go to Eric before I come to you? Since
sure.
it's his party that's on the tour. Okay. Well, Eric, I mean, this thank you tour is not new. We've seen same over the period. All parties do this. But what is striking about this particular one is as though the report that was not made public, the content of same is being made public by Dr. Baumia and is generating a lot of reactions, including even from the likes of Boachi Jaku, who think that the thank you tour is becoming more of a platform to throw jabs at each other. From your own observation, what do you think?
For me, I think that it's much ado about nothing. It's a thank you tour. It's a political party. This is not the first time that a candidate has gone into an election, lost the election, and decided to go around the country to, one, show appreciation to the party rank and file, and also all the people who actually contributed to the campaign. The tour was actually meant to have happened much earlier, but then in the wisdom of the campaign, which I was a very key member of the campaign, said that because the party had actually commissioned a committee to look into the post-election, to do a post-mortem, it was thought wise for us to postpone until that report comes out. And then the party now has taken center stage in terms of making sure that this thank you tour happens. In a political party, you know, we don't really extend formal invitations like that. I mean, you, Fred, you have done this thing for a very long time. You know this. And you know what is actually very interesting, even with the commentary coming from Fred. On the 9th of December 2016, I was sitting on Metro TV with Fred. Fred, you remember?
I do.
When we were refusing to concede. So me and Fred, we go, I'm talking about 9th December 2016. You understand what I'm saying? And this whole conversation around an administration that everybody thought was never going to come back, and the issues to do with Doomsaw and all the crises and challenges that we had, and I mean, at that particular moment, that was the monumental loss in terms of percentages, and even how much an incumbent government lost by, right? I mean, 8 years down the line, the NDC has won an election again. You know, so it's quite interesting that Fred is sitting here, actually becoming a prophet of doom and saying all sorts of things. I'll tell you, listen, I'll tell you, it does not matter what people say, what people do. Dr. Baumia will be the next flag bearer of the MPP. You can't change that. Now, I've seen persons, I mean, even within our own, trying so hard to create a certain perception that something untoward is being done to benefit or to the advantage of the candidate who took us to the election. In any case, the guy was the flag bearer. And so if you're going around the country to do a thank you tour, it makes sense to make sure that he actually headlines it. It doesn't change anything. We haven't even gone into our internal elections yet. all these people that we are talking to, who are polling station executives, constituency executives, regional executives, electoral area coordinators, national executives, it might happen that by the time we even go into the next primaries, they will not be at post. Because we have to go through an internal election process. So when people get overly excited and start doing all of these things, then we are actually giving cannon fodder to our opponents like Fred.
But would you admit that it still gives him an avenue to market himself?
No, but what is the avenue? A political party, which you are a member of, and some of these persons are very, big, if you like, leading members of the party. Nobody will turn you away if you turn up at a thank you tour. I was part of the campaign. I'm not there. I decided that I want to stay back. And because this is also important.
Yeah.
However, I'll be in my region. I'll be in Eastern region.
Yeah.
By the time the thank you tour gets there. Right? So, sometimes I think that we overstretch some of these things and make it look like there's something untoward happening and all of those things. I've even heard persons who I don't even know where they came from. You understand? So all of a sudden, I don't want to mention it. I don't want to get into it. I don't want to be part of those. Listen, people. But that is what I'm saying.
If there are people that you don't know where they are coming from.
When you see, I sat here and I told you that in 2016, right?
Yeah.
I was sitting on a national platform, Metro TV with Fred. Some of these people who are now claiming that Dr. Baumia has done this and that, they were nowhere to be found. They are who they are today as a result of convenience. And nobody is going after them. So all I'm saying is that. Listen, I'm not talking about Jaco. I'm saying that.
I'm only asking a question.
Because Jaco is the one.
I'm not saying. I'm not talking about.
Let's have him. Let's have him.
Right. All I'm saying is that Dr. Baumia was a candidate in 2024. Unfortunately, we lost the elections. The party has decided. I'm talking about the party. And you see, he cannot go and force the party to go through this particular process. You have a national council, where in national council you have former President Kufuor, former President Akufo-Addo, he himself, former national executives, former general secretaries, former national chairman, and all of that, council of elders, making a decision. And you are sitting somewhere saying that this group of persons
he's no longer flag bearer.
No, but it doesn't.
So it doesn't make him leader of the party.
But he's not.
Could the party leadership have led?
He's not carrying himself as a leader. What he's done is that he's going into these various constituencies and regions to say that yes, I was the lead. And you see, when you're trying to be disingenuous, then you can take some of the things that he's saying out of context. Everything that he has said, he said we. What does we mean? We means that he's actually acknowledging that he was part of the government. He was the vice president.
Responsibility
and he's taking responsibility. But if you have a certain, if you like, ulterior motive, or you try to create, it's like the Agama lizard thing. Now Baumia is going on a tour. Certain persons are unhappy. And so let's find a way of making him unpopular and make it difficult for him. For me, I think that is that, this morning, we shouldn't be discussing these things. You understand what I'm saying? Honestly, I don't think it's a big deal. All that is happening is that you're going to go through the processes. Even this issues to do with the report. The report, of course, is not known to all of us. I haven't seen the report. However, he's making claim to certain things that even the people themselves have actually articulated. Right? So there are things that were, if you like, external, that had nothing to do with the internal party architecture. But there are also things that were very profound, like internal bickering, like people being disgruntled, like the inertia, like issues to do with apathy and all of that. And he's talking about all of these things. And he's using we, and still people have a problem with that. You know what I'm saying? And we've gotten to the point where...
cut him some slack.
Of course. But we would meet those people. I'm being very... I'm passionate about it. We'll meet those people, boot for boot. Nobody has what do you call it? Authority over anybody.
Is there a plan to sit with all these persons and iron out the issues?
There's no issue. The issue is that we've gone into an election. People who have found their right now were also culpable. They're also part of the reasons why we are in opposition
today. People think there's an undue advantage. Say the reports per se, for one. It's not been made public. Others have not seen it. But he's speaking to issues that are most likely in that report. So then it gives the perception or the impression that he has.
But he has
seen it.
I'm objective, right? As far as I'm concerned, what's the point of a report, right? The point of a report is that the person, the key protagonists, stakeholders within the party should have access to it. But it's not an external document. It shouldn't come to you.
Right.
Right? But if somebody was a presidential aspirant, a member of parliament, a national executive, what have you, a council of elder patron, and all of those things, I believe strongly that this person should have access to the report. Otherwise,
the member of parliament from Praia says he hasn't seen the report.
Yeah, but that's just what I'm saying. That I'm not one of those people who, you understand. I believe it makes sense that people within the party who are key stakeholders will have an appreciation of what the report is.
Yeah.
Because it follows a certain logical process whereby you've done the study, you have the issues, the party is calling for constitutional people to make proposals for constitutional amendments and all of that. So it has to be based on a certain source document, but it is not an external.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying? So I also agree with the national executive to make sure that it is a document that stays within a certain confines of the political party. But people within the party should have access to it.
Very well. Larry.
Yeah.
Thank you, Tor.
Yeah, thank you, Tor. First of all, I think that it is necessary that the party, as an opposition party, tours the country and then, engage with its supporters. It's good. What that does is that it gets people to also see whether or not the party is still vibrant on the ground. And then there's also, exchange of information. And also, let's say, blame game. You blame me, I blame you. Or you blame me and then I explain my side of the story. So it's good for the party. And this is not the first time that, political parties are doing this. After the 2000 election, when NDC was defeated, I think the party did a thank you tour. And then there was a thank you tour, and then later on there was something else. That was, there was also an investigation as to what led to the party's defeat. And it was led by Dr. Obed Asamoah. Okay. And then after President Kufuor left office, I think whoever contested, I think Akufo-Addo also went round thanking people for voting. The same way President Mahama, after his defeat in 2016, also went round the country. So it's good. Yeah. With all the inhibitions of office absent now, people can freely engage because they are not expecting anything from you. You are in opposition. You can't grant any jobs or any other things. So people can freely talk to you in a manner that they deem right. Okay, and then you could also, based on certain factors available, explain yourself to them. So it's good. Now, but what is coming up now is the fact that Dr. Bawumia is supposedly stoking a certain fire, as some of your party people would want us to believe that he's stoking fire. But for me, I think that Dr. Bawumia has always spoken his mind, particularly when it comes to the governance of this thing. Fred, you recalled his, I think, inaugural address or something of a sort at UPSA, when he listed certain things that, he was going to do when he takes over. Okay. Including exactly. The people were like, but you were part of the thing. Why are you saying that you're going to scrap it? And he talked about unemployment at the time also. And then people were like, you are the vice president. Why are you now talking about, that? Then he did the famous Mervyn Peake. Exactly. And also listed a whole, lot of things that he was going to do. The fight against corruption, that he was going to intensify it, and so many other things that he mentioned at the time. And in both instances, I think the party elements took him on, including Key Akufo-Addo, supporters took him on, and took him to the cleaners. And the same moment, the next moment, we had some of these people sitting on platforms with him, campaigning for him to lead the party.
Well, we agree to disagree, so.
Well, but that tells me that there was something really, really wrong.
No, well, I mean, sorry.
But I allowed you to talk. Or you didn't allow me.
You see, when I come on a program with you two, then you guys make me a bit. Anyway, that's fine.
A bit excited.
No, because then I can't. I can't.
We're just diagnosing your thoughts. It's good for
Anyway,
you.
I can't be a bad boy.
So
we don't know you to be like that, so let's keep it that way.
He's the only macho man on the table. So clearly you could get the idea that there was something practically wrong. There's a disconnect, even at the Jubilee House. But I recall Dr. Bawumia, he stayed away from discussions on the haircut. Today he's citing it as one of the reasons why the party lost. He stayed away from the construction, from the e-levy. He's citing it.
But for e-levy, I think it's public knowledge that he was against it.
He was totally against it. Yeah. I think months before the passage, he had gone to Peace FM and spoke against it. Then the construction of the National Cathedral. That one also he stayed away. He stayed away from it. And we can give.
So what does this tell you? That there was some level of disconnect?
Oh yeah, it was obvious. Other stories we have heard was to the effect that it was Ken Oforiatta alone who was running the economy, and he will attest to it. He's been mentioning how objective he is. Anytime we sit on this program, if he's candid, he will tell you that the economic management team collapsed long before they went in for the election.
That's very true.
It collapsed to a point where Osafo Mafo, Dr. Bawumia, and then Governor Adesing and many others will have meetings at the Jubilee House, summoned by Dr. Bawumia, that Ken wouldn't attend.
I remember the 40-member team that was put in place.
Yeah.
Economic Vice was not part of the team.
Okay.
And frankly, Kujo and the rest were part of that team.
Do you get it? So there was total disconnect. They managed to, present a phase of, a semblance of, unity. But clearly there was. We can also cite this instance of the MPs, how many MPs who came together to say that, listen, the president should sack.
88 or
exactly.
89. Yeah.
Listen, there are things that I have heard, fights and so on, where there was a claim, there were allegations, let me put it that way, that, anyway.
Let's move on.
There was a claim about Dr. Bawumia's qualification versus an investment banker who was managing the economy. I'm sure you would have heard this thing. That, who is better placed, to lead the economy between Dr. Bawumia and Ken Oforiatta, an investment banker, what people call professional cha-cha player. So that was there. It was an argument they tried to polish up, to a large extent and present a phase of, unity. However, deep down, there were gaping cracks, gaping holes. People, heads couldn't meet. And I think that there was also another instance where Dr. Bawumia talked about how they needed to close their ranks more and more to execute the election. You remember that? To a point where he started talking, most of the policies that he mentioned, then one journalist asked him, if you knew all this, why don't you implement it now? And then his response was that...
If he does everything today, what will he do tomorrow?
Thank you. Jesus Christ. You get it? Yeah. That is self-indicting. Does it mean nobody was listening to him? The family and friends, that became the issue of the election. You had cousins, daughters receiving contracts, nephews receiving contracts, nieces swallowing what, and millions of dollars. The corruption that took over that engulfed the party. Some of those things, I'm told, they are part of the Michael Quay report that they are trying to, hide, but then they speak to it in private. Or, I think that they know what led to their defeat. They know you can't take money from pensioners. Some of them who had saved, throughout their lives.
Died.
Yeah, for their retirement. Do you know the number of people who died out of that? People whose medical bills were on that. People whose school fees were on that. I mean, grandparents, after all that they have earned, sometimes they want to be seen paying school fees for
their grandchildren.
Yeah, for their grandchildren. Picking them from schools. Do you understand? And then that is how they keep themselves active. And at that point, you are somebody else. Today we are vibrant, but I mean, there's a transition. There's a state of mind when you get to. You just want to, be of good, will to people. But then your source of power, that's your economic power, is taken away from you. You can't pay your medical bills. You can't pay your utility bills. You can't buy fuel into your car and other things. All those things taken away. And to an extent that you had a president who said that, listen, and he made bold statement. There wouldn't be any haircut. The next morning, then it happened.
The Baba was ready.
The Baba, yes. And Baba who, they were using broken bottles to serve people. You get it. That is where we got to. They just need to admit some of these things. As for what I'm coming. As for Boache Jaku saying
briefly
that
on him.
there was going to be an implosion. But I think that is informed by the fact that he's still interested in the.
Of course.
He's still interested in there. And there's this view that, people who are going around, or Dr. Baumia is using this thing as
to market himself.
Market himself for the next stage. Ken Japan is also in there, also trying to market himself as well. But I mean, whether implosion or not, listen, if the thing is dirty, let's wash it.
Yeah.
Do you understand? For me, Chum, see, you guys, there was a reason why you had, whether you had 39 or 40 something, whatever, you guys should just face the people and tell them that, guys, listen, we went into an election with this expectation. We are sorry we couldn't make the numbers. We couldn't make the numbers because of A, B, C, D, and so on. We are sorry. Now, the MPP would have to re-engineer itself. And by so doing, you don't rush when they pick up people to come and, attest to their stewardship. Then you ask people to, to go there and say that, listen, penny, when you touch one, you touch all. So and so and so. When the man was stealing the money, was he stealing with you in mind?
Meanwhile, you're hungry.
Meanwhile, you're hungry.
Very well. Let me bring Eric in.
I mean, let's be.
Thank you, Larry.
I'm told a new party is coming up. Dr.
Amakuba.
That is how you can clean up your image. Issue a statement.
Thank you, Larry. Thank you, Larry.
Just 1 minute. Allow me. Just let the people. I mean, say that as soon as the person is speaking, say that. Listen, guys. Hey, put him through whatever due process
That's
there
right.
are.
Prepare legal team to go support him.
No, you don't have to. Let him go and pick his own legal team and pay for whatever it is because he's made money.
Right.
Okay? So let the guy go, but make sure that he's being taken through due process. Based on rule of law. Anything short of that, then you can complain. But then say that, listen, yem when you touch one, you touch all. Charlie, you are, I mean, excuse my word, you are being stupid. When you follow that kind of, arrangement.
Like, okay. Eric, you want to come in here? I know, but let's hear from him.
We're happy to
my focus here is the sort of the misinformation, right? You see.
Okay, let's help the
misinformation.
No, let me just like it's a bit of almost like in one breath, you're supposed to be part of a government. And there's this principle of collective responsibility that you're a part of. That does not take away from your independence of mind and also even how to prefer opinions and all of that. Now, in any environment that is governed by the tenets of democracy, wherever you sit in a room and majority of people want to go a certain direction. you'll still express and prefer those opinions and views, right? But the majority will carry. It doesn't mean that you are not part of it. You have accepted to be part of a group. So there's a whole concept of collective responsibility. You go to cabinet, you swear an oath and all of those things. And so those are basic principles. However, if you're given an opportunity to present your vision and you want to lead the country, there's absolutely nothing wrong in preferring those views that you hold. Do you understand? That does not mean that there's a clear or that does not mean that you're throwing your former boss under the bus or because otherwise then you can't have. We are not ducks and ducklings whereby, especially in an environment like a political party, everybody's supposed to toe a certain. I don't believe in that principle. You understand what I'm saying? Because the beauty of a political party is having people with divergent views coming from different areas with different orientation and everything, and forming a political party that has a certain semblance of direction, like a purpose.
Is there disunity in the party?
There's no disunity. I don't see the disunity. The people who want to see the disunity are probably the ones who are actually orchestrating
show
that.
There is no video.
There is.
I've not seen that. I don't know which
producers,
video. They don't have it. If they had, they would have let
I hear Richard Sky hosted it yesterday, so it's on his on his.
I don't
Facebook.
see
that's Sky's Facebook.
I don't see
not Channel One Facebook.
I don't see.
You can pick it from there.
I don't see the disunity.
Please go ahead.
You understand? And I don't also want to sit on this platform and even make the matters worse. Because some of the people who are now shouting are people that I have and had personal problems with. Okay. And even this thing that they are doing is not based on principle. Do you understand? You remember there's this call for amnesty for certain persons and all of those things. Some of these people who are now writing letters and everything are the architects behind the suspension of some of these people. And all of a sudden, I'm just saying, I'm not mentioning it. I'm just saying that. So when today, all of a sudden, they found their voices. And now, just because an individual, now it's because of that Dr. Baumia is going on a decade tour, everybody is now overly excited and saying that there's something untoward happening. There's something untoward.
Thank you tour or a Dr. Baumia
thank you tour? An MPP thank you tour. However, it makes sense that the person who led
the party
into the election would be there. The party has extended invitations to all aspirants. Right?
In the spirit of unity.
In the spirit of unity. And then the party is going from one region to the other. So if in any case, it doesn't even, for me as far as I'm concerned, this whole train where everybody moves from one place to the other, probably is not even the best way to do it. But if the flag bearer is coming to your region or your constituency or somewhere that you have an interest in, there's absolutely nothing wrong going there. Now, if you're a leading member of the party and you get to that particular, you get a platform to be able to speak as well. So I don't honestly, to be honest, it's more politics than...
What should be
I don't honestly see...
Was that the thank you tour, was it part of the recommendations in the Okwe report?
No. The thank you tour had been planned ahead of the report.
I told you that. As a campaign, I was an integral part of the campaign. As a campaign, we had slated a time frame to go around the country to do a thank you tour as a campaign.
Right.
And then, because Dr. Baumia is an individual that actually respects the party and the structures and all that it is, once the party had come out with communication that there was going to be a committee that was also going to go around the country, the campaign now decided that then we would have to shelve that and allow so that we do not go and interfere before the party was doing or had commissioned. Now that the party had now finished and taken the report to National Council, and the recommendation was that, okay, right after National Council, then you can actually go out and do that. The party now takes responsibility to organize the thank you tour with the key protagonists. So this whole idea of somebody getting and that's why I'm saying that even people are even running ahead of themselves too much. In the last elections that we had, internal elections that we had, in 2022 or so or something. I think the attrition rate was about 60% of constituency executives and regional executives and police stations. This time round, especially when you have gone into an election and lost, I'm sure the attrition rate will be like 80%. Right? So even this whole if you are interested in being a flag bearer or an executive or whatever, this is a time to go to the ground and organize. So if people come into a hall and they receive an interlude that has come from national executive and a flag bearer and presidential aspirants and all that, I don't really see why people are getting so excited about it.
You see, I would have sided with, or agree with Eric when he said, political parties, actors within a political party are not zombies. That all of us are supposed to do one line, think the same way, do things the same way. We are individual humans that have come together. We have our own experiences and our own understanding of issues, and the way we will that things are done. But in the case of Alhaji Bawumia, the then flag bearer, Nana and the Danko Akufo-Addo, made the whole country to understand that when it comes to issues of economy, he doesn't have the capacity. The one with the magic wand is Alhaji Bawumia.
The economic messiah.
The messiah. So he brought him in for a specific purpose. And any time they achieved any success, they were quick to say, this is Bawumia's ideas. Bawumia's in charge. By any time the thing went wrong, no, it is not Bawumia. It's Ken Ofori-Atta. I don't think that's correct. Anytime they achieve something, digitalization, whatever, Bawumia brought it. This, Bawumia brought it. But when the thing doesn't go well, no, it's not Bawumia.
But did you notice an actual shift from economy to digitalization?
Why did it shift? We were told the man is an economic messiah. We were told the reason they brought him is because he worked at the Bank of Ghana before. We were told he said, there's money in the country.
Sikano
Ewoho. He said, we don't even need to go and take loans to build our roads. All we need to do was to just build the roads. We have all the recordings. We haven't forgotten. Just a few years ago. And so don't come back on this platform and suddenly understand, Eric, what else can I do if I were in his shoes? You know, that gentle, nice boy that he has always been. You know, this is objective. You know, people should stop running ahead of themselves. That is a major issue. See, what happens between now and December will define what your party become like.
You see,
don't digest.
It's a conversation.
I sat here quiet.
Eric, allow him.
Tell him it's Kevi.
Eric, from where we are now, really if I were in your shoes, I'll just come and listen. Take us that we are consultants. Okay. We are providing solutions. There are things you cannot say. I know. Things are eating you up. Some of the persons who are talking, they are irritating you.
Exactly, yes.
But see, you don't need to put yourself in that situation.
Yes.
Allow them. Myself. You see, there are things that they also went through that maybe you are not privy to. You are not privy to. People like Ajaku, we all know Ajaku's interest and love for MPP all these many years. Is that not true? His involvement in MPP. What to make a man like that to take a back seat and start throwing a few jabs here and there? Do you understand? There are things that we all go through.
Maybe he's bitter because he was sacked as energy minister.
No, but of course, that issue we can discuss one day. And let's face the fact of the issue. It was only sacrifice. What did he do wrong? What did he do wrong?
No, he did some things wrong.
Oh.
It was a Ameri
agreement.
That is a debate.
That's an issue.
That's a debate.
We all know the Ameri issue. You, the president came and said Ameri deal was a bad deal. Blah, blah, you criticize President Mohammed and all that. When you came, you set up a team led by Addison to go to Dubai and go and
discussing.
You see, you guys want me to open the
We'll move on.
I think we should move on.
So the point I want to make in conclusion is that MPP, they are major stakeholders in our democracy.
Definitely.
And I can never wish them ill. I don't wish that the party a collapse or anything it is. They should try to organize themselves, put themselves together. People like Abroni and the rest should be reigning a bit. It's not every time that you have to show, say, me your Bema.
No, he's a regional chairman.
No, but what is your scorecard? You will check your scorecard. Your regional chairman, you want only one seat in the whole region. Why are you shouting and screaming and talking?
To me, is still talking.
You understand? Oh, no. Yeah, so people like that, see, I'm telling you, when Dr. Bawumia himself says that arrogance of power, also contrary to their defeat. People like that were at the forefront of it. Some of the things that they said, to me, the things he said, the way he went about everything.
But can Japan to some of the things can Japan said? But I made reference to that without mentioning the commentary against one another.
You understand? So for
finding, expression and this is
so let me just conclude by saying that the thank you to is not a novelty. It's not new. We all do it. If you're at the constituency level after elections, you go right and do it. But don't use that platform to fight. When you go and sit before your party faithfuls, and then you are virtually throwing blows and throwing jabs at each other, it's not proper. It's not proper. You must show leadership. But we must show leadership.
Thank you, Fred. Larry, the video you've been asking for. That's the video. Let's take a look.
You don't want to show that video. You can't.
Arrogance. And the dear Dubabi Yedri. Raging ha. Mu sami two me nine quite single constituency. Akwa kachiro bi say yanto abama candidate bi mu wuye. Mu amene mutina da mu kura di mu sami fro bi say to abama a particular candidate. But the binum de me din call ye campaign wie ye no. Omo wie ye no no ma konkran. Abronya no na agiba omia campaign ayere. Ba no kura ne say omo ba mo ho campaign omo say abronya na soma mo. Almost a bronyan as soon as say, ye campaign co a meboa. A yes, some will do one dance here. Some are mere man one throw beer. Some crofon saw me, yes, I do me deem by here. A china on Bebamoho. But this time, no, or my mammy buafu. Now, mom, more being could do beatem. Who could do beatem ye? Not so we are, was a young quiet a unity. I mean, our unity no. A ye, moana mukriti. Professor Makwe report or see ye kwa batwa and sama ye kano and no no and this if we a UCT. Now we propaganda no be ya no dia and tna social media say who didn't panatem now ria wabakasa memfa wadamfo.
Media, I'm telling you the truth. Obia nye beman chobia. But party nti eni pebi to me kasati so mo member. Omo nye member. A bad contribution and they talk as if the whole world is for them. It's not for them. And yet a crew, like some of them cannot even speak the way they speak. Because bam fear could have if you were talk as Maomo, and Baron by too long. You see, your panokura, Momianka, I will not respect you. But may respond to anybody unless I can show down. I will not respect you, but may respond to anybody unless I can show down.
Right, so you had wanted this video. We've played it. We'll put the matter to rest. Eric, had you seen this?
Eric, have you seen this?
I haven't seen, but I don't see anything
wrong with it.
This video.
Thank you so much.
Let me say.
Is that objective?
Listen, you were saying that if there's something that is supposed to be dirty, they should express it. They should express it. And these guys, Larry, right? These guys are expressing that. We've gone into we lost an election. You see, sometimes, when I'm having a conversation with Larry, it's different. When I'm having a conversation with Fred, it's a totally different, because it's a purely political thing.
Yeah.
Remember when the NDC were doing their presidential primaries, right? And the likes of Professor Alabi and Kwabena Dufo and Co. The kind of stuff that they said about President Mahama. He still became the flag bearer. And he's won an election as president again today. You understand? So sometimes, you see, when I don't take moral lessons from people like Fred. You know what I'm saying?
Who runs a brothel?
A brothel. You know what I didn't want to say that. I don't take moral lessons from Fred, right? And like me and Fred, we have gone way back. Right. You see, the thing is, it looks like me and him, we've had the same path. Because by now, his appointment should have come.
Yeah.
You understand? Because it's true.
Are you eyeing something? Are you eyeing something?
We are
not discussing. We are discussing
that. His appointment would have.
That is not a subject.
There's a platform good for such things.
Yes.
We need to watch our
That's what I'm saying. That yes,
I mean
it is really not my style. It is not necessarily something that I would, for example, countenance. But it is not. It's not fatal. It's nothing. It will be sorted. Right. But we've seen more, like a bit more passionate conversation, and people have. This is the first ever.
Let's proceed.
Even at the top.
The first ever. The first ever. I don't want to mention the area because they will get upset with me. The first ever meeting that I went to, I nearly quit. I'm like, what is going on here? And this is an internal party meeting.
Heated.
No. This is like
Way
the
back.
very first, somewhere like maybe 2007, 2006 that I went into like, it's supposed to be a branch meeting. Right?
And it was heated.
And I couldn't believe it. You understand what I'm saying? So these things, I mean, are there.
Yes, but the issue here is these things should be behind closed
what you
doors,
need
not
is a
outside.
certain level of, if you like, emotional intelligence to understand that whatever it is that you do. I mean, even the same people, they're saying the same things in different languages. When you go there and you articulate, even like the two persons who stood up and spoke. Right? If you're going by standards, there are certain things that both of them have said that they themselves have come back to retract, or things that they have said that they know that they will not say again. Even Honorable Kennedy himself, in the last few weeks or so, has gone on to say that there are certain things that he felt that he did, or he said that it wasn't right, and that he has actually departed from that. So I don't see, to be honest with you, I don't see what the major
No, you wanted
deal
that. No,
is.
you played a video. Yeah, let me make some few observations.
30 seconds.
Yeah, I will. No problem.
30 seconds.
So, Abronye talked about how the Michael Quay report, had
highlighted
captured things that people said
during the party's primaries.
Primaries that found expression in NDC's campaign, and to him that was wrong. And he also said that people were accusing him of, supporting somebody against the other person. Ken then now mounts the platform and says that, listen, Enya Semanka, I mean, we can't be on the same platform, literally.
We are not co-equals.
Yeah, we are not co-equals. Okay. Obami fie kra uferi. You get it. A man for a talk cast mom. Meaning, Charlie, you are nothing. Okay, and that somebody has to be supporting you financially or including
so the issue actually is...
The issue actually is...
Why don't want him to say that?
Well, I need to take a break now. I mean, we've all heard what was said in the video.
No, but you see, yeah, we've heard it. But the inferences is what is key, okay? To a point where, I mean, the bitterness is there. That people feel that, listen, let's deal with this thing here on. And I'll say, listen, there would have been a showdown.
The party is reorganizing.
If the floor is
I
open.
am sure they'll deal with some of these things internally, and then they'll come out with... We are hoping that there will be an executive summary of that report that will be issued so that we can all see.
You are always hoping.
You don't want to see what's in the report?
Me, I want the full report. I don't want to.
This is Breakfast Daily here on Channel 1 Television. Stay with us. We'll be right back, and then we can continue the conversations.
Do you want a healthy smile?
Are your gums bleeding when you brush or floss? It may be time for a professional dental cleaning. Hi, I'm Tanya from Bethel Dental Clinic, Ghana. Bleeding gums are a sign of gum disease, and when you visit the dentist, your dental hygienist will examine your gum and bone health by completing a periodontal assessment. The basic periodontal exam is done to determine quickly whether there are any signs of gum disease or any problems with your bones. Using a periodontal probe or a gum probe, the depth of the pockets are measured gently and precisely. We are checking for the space between the tooth and the gums, checking for bleeding gums, checking the recession, as well as to see if the teeth are mobile. Gingivitis, the early stage of gum disease, is common and characterized by swollen, bleeding gums. The good thing is that gingivitis can be reversed back to healthy gum tissue. But more advanced stages of gum disease will require a more advanced cleaning and possibly a referral to the gum specialist. Regardless of which type of cleaning your dental hygienist recommends, they all have the same end goal, and that is to remove harmful bacteria and to reduce your risk of dental disease. So, have a discussion with your dental team on gum health and preventative measures against gum disease, and these discussions could be the first sign towards a healthier mouth. Bethel Dental Clinic, the smile starts here.
Healthy smile.
Introducing Betway's Bet Influencer, a groundbreaking feature where you can make money by just sharing codes. He just needs to share his codes and make money. The more his codes are used, the more money he makes. Oh yes, so what are you waiting for? Anyone can be a bet influencer. Share your codes and make money. Bet Influencer, another world first from Betway.
This advert has been approved by the Gaming Commission of Ghana. Betway, get way more.
One thing I hate in my life is heat, or to sweat whilst I am asleep. That is why I don't joke with my air conditioners. Not just any air conditioner, but Franco air conditioners. It's good for the Ghanaian weather, and they are filled with R410 gas, which is very friendly to human beings, which is not harmful to human health. We have 1.5, 2.0, and 2.5 horsepower. So what are you waiting for? Walk into any Franco branch now and grab for yourself quality, affordable, and energy efficient air conditioner from Franco. Visit www.francotrading.com or call any of the numbers on your screen for enquiries or wholesale. Franco air conditioners, they are reliable, tried, and tested by all. Franco, home of quality and affordable air conditioners.
Thank you for staying with us. If you just joined us, the channel is Channel 1 TV. The program is Breakfast Daily. The segment is News Review. Larry, you wanted to wrap up on the NPP briefly because we need to make progress.
You see, I think that the NPP will have to face its ghost.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, either beg the ghost, or run. But this thing where they are trying to, the ghost doesn't exist.
Mm-hmm.
If they don't take care, it's going to kill them. Okay, Graves is on his own, attacking Dr. Baumia.
Yeah.
I mean, this is a guy who used to appear on TV, including your station, talking, eloquently about Dr. Baumia.
All he's asking for is for Dr. Baumia to take responsibility because he was part of the system.
Oh, no, but he said he used some other adjectives and so on. Maybe he felt that, Dr. Baumia was attacking his cousins, as in President Akufo-Addo, Ken Ofori-Atta, and the rest and so on. You see, they might have contracted him to talk. I'm using my word advisedly. They might have, contracted him to talk, but I don't think he's better place to do the kind of PR he's trying to do.
Well.
I mean, let's face it. For Abronye and Kennedy Japan, we all know.
Larry, stop disturbing my paragraph.
We all know. We all know about how Abronye's region was the only region that Kennedy Japan won during the primaries. Okay. I mean, he might have done some work.
He won a voter region too.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Abronye might have done some work for him. But you recall when he said that, when Kennedy said that there would have been a showdown, Abronye's was Oside.
Listen, for me, so this thing gets a bit more upsetting. I was actually quite upset that Nana Kumia, who is my mentor, actually responded to someone like Palgrave, to be honest with you. Because where did this Palgrave boy come from? No, where did he come from? I mean, he's not here. The things that but where did he come from?
He's not
here. When we were in the trenches, you see, that is what is upsetting.
He's not here. He's not here.
That is what is upsetting. When we were in the trenches, where was he?
He's not here to respond to
that's what I'm saying. Where did he come from? That he has audacity and effrontery to say these things. Yes, it is a
hold on. Hold on.
It is a because you see, we've gotten to that point where we have to say it as it is.
Tone down for me.
He's actually sad that Nana Kumia responded. We should have allowed some of us to respond to him.
It's fine. It's fine.
That's what I'm saying. Because you see, where did he come from?
Let's leave this matter.
Right, because it's symptomatic of some of the things. It's not everything that we can say on national.
If he were here, then fine.
Yeah, but I would debate him one-on-one. And I would want to ask him where he had come from and what is his purpose.
He's not. So let's leave it.
I don't even know if he has a party card. I just saw him like 2-3 years ago after he won elections.
Let's leave it. Let's get into other matters. The OSP is in court.
I don't care.
The OSP is in court.
Somebody that should be questioning
Fred, leave it be. You see, you are stoking the thing.
Baumia's contribution.
We are not doing this. We are not doing this. We are not doing this.
But you're giving an opportunity.
Eric, we are not doing this. We are not doing this. No. Eric. Let's move on. Fred, leave it. Fred, leave it. Leave it be. Leave it be. Leave it be. Fred, don't do this. Fred, honorable, don't do this. Don't do this. Listen, hold on.
You can't question it. Eric,
your mic is off.
And if he wants to debate, I'll debate him.
Your mic is off. Fred, your mic is off. Your mic is off.
And who do you think?
Fred, no, it's okay. That's fine. The OSP is in court. He's taking on Charles Bisu, former secretary of the defunct IMCIM, the Interministerial Committee on Illegal Mining. Now, he says that some bribery had gone on. My issue or my question to you, gentlemen, is why all this wow? Fred, if you start. I mean, we know that we are fighting illegal mining. These are some of the issues that need to be dealt with.
Can we discuss it generally with the demonstration that took place yesterday?
Very well. We can rope it in.
I want to focus my attention in that area. First of all, let me commend the demonstrators who went on the street yesterday, calling government's attention to this whole Galamsey issue. Let me also thank the security service, the police in particular. I drove past there at the time that it was going on. You know, it was very orderly and all that. This morning, I've not seen anything in the papers suggesting that there were any beatings or any more handling of anybody. It went very orderly. We are in a democracy, and so Ghanaians should be given the opportunity to express themselves when they are not too sure of what is happening. The good news is that government is not sleeping at all about this Galamsey issue. We are doing everything humanly possible to make sure that we need this thing in the bud. The concern people have raised has to do with the law that is allowing people to mine in the forest reserves. We have listened to the cry by the civil society organization. The president has taken a decision that as soon as Parliament returns, we are going to make sure that particular law is repealed. We are going to do that. The sector minister has put a lot of measures in place. If you have watched what I've been doing in the past days on television, there's so much that is going on to make sure that we control largely this Galamsey menace. It is something that poses a threat to all of us, you know. And so we cannot look on and allow it to continue forever and ever. The president has shown commitment. I have said, there is no group of people that can be powerful than the power of the state. Right. The only time the state looks as though they don't have power is when the will to do it is not there. But once the state is determined, the president is determined that I want to crack the whip, there's nobody that can, you know, rub shoulders with what the president wants to do. And that is the commitment I've seen so far. We have served notice that don't say because you're an NDC person, you can go and enter into the forest, you can enter into the water bodies, and start doing illegal things in the name of being a party member. You know, as for the speaker has said it, that any member of parliament that is heard or seen to be involved in this whole issue, the person will be dealt with and make sure that he even loses his seat in parliament. And so we still want to admonish our colleagues, our brothers and friends, but I cannot sit on this platform and say that there are no known NDC people who are involved in some of these things. No, I can't say that. I know some of them are involved. And where we are now, we are not going to look at anybody's political affiliation or anybody's political coloration. Once you are involved in the wrong thing, the law will deal with you. And so once again, I want to commend the security service organizers. The a special prosecutor and Charles Bishop, you asked a question that is very, very important. That incident occurred how many years ago? When that video emerged, Charles Bishop's video emerged and all that.
The one who shot at the
This is from somewhere 2019.
Okay.
2019, thereabout. OSP has been in existence for only God knows how long. So how do you wait up until now before you are heading to court that we are going to prosecute him? So people now come back and say that it's a political witch hunting. Or it's because NDC has come to power, now they've gone to pay. We don't do things like that. And that is why this country, we are not achieving results. State institutions are supposed to be up and doing, regardless of which political party is in power. If Dagbanyo has committed a crime, I've done something wrong, if my party is in power, take me through a due process of the law. Let me go and face it in court. But this thing occurred 2019, 2020, thereabout. We have looked on. Charles Bishop had even gone to contest elections to become, he wanted to become an NP for one of the constituencies in Takoradi area there. And then now suddenly you're heading to court. Is it a case that when the NP was in power, they would not allow the special prosecutor to go to court over an issue like this? Is it a case that he was so scared he would not get the outcome he was looking for in court? That's why he didn't go. Well, the good news is that we promised before we came to office that we are coming to reset Ghana. We believe that almost every sector of our society is simply not in good position. And so we are resetting. We are resetting. We are trying to clear away all persons that we think that their contribution activities are not helping this country to move on. We want to bring integrity back, especially in the judiciary, that people can have confidence and go there and believe that when they go there, they'll get justice. And so whatever it takes, that will set this country on that path where both Ghanaians and foreigners can have confidence in our judiciary system. We'll try and do this as a party. And the president is very committed to doing that. Charles Bishop should go and face his case in court. Like I said, I don't know why we have waited for all this time, but as I said, there's no expiry date on crime. He's a friend. I know him very well. I don't wish him to be at this position at this time, but that is the cross we have to bear. All of us in public space must always remind ourselves that there's always a day for accountability when you be called upon to come and account for your stewardship. And that is why everything that we are doing, we should think about tomorrow. That, hey, when that day comes and you are invited, you'll be able to stand with your shoulders high. Otherwise, you run into trouble. So we wish him well. We wish him well in court.
Thank you, Fred. Larry, OSP versus Charles Bishop.
Yeah, I mean, due process is all we ask for. You understand? If it's falling foul of the law, I mean, let the courts decide. And as Fred said, it's taking too long a time to get to this point. And but we shouldn't have to wait for people to what should I say?
We're changing administration.
Yes, you get it. I mean, for me, even the change in administration. Listen, I mean, state institutions must be seen to be very proactive, quick. Do that. I mean, go. This thing where the police is telling us that it takes forever to investigate a case. And then OSP, a specialized unit that has been created with certain powers that is supposed to enhance the work of, you know, other research bodies and so on. I mean, you should be proactive. You should be, you know, on the throttle. Let me know if that is the correct expression. To be seen working. But you waited all this while.
Perhaps you're still gathering
before
evidence.
Then in between this, I think there was Professor Frimpong Boateng, who at the point in time was also, you know,
invited by the
invited. His report also became subject of the OSP's investigation, where people in the Flagstaff House then, or Jubilee House, you know, were cited by Professor Frimpong Boateng and accused of being involved in the Galamsey. He mentioned individual names, okay? There was also the mention of a certain journalist who used to work with a radio station whose name I wouldn't mention, that he became like an intermediary, okay, who, when the excavators are seized, he would then walk in, collect money from these people, and then eventually the excavators are released to those people. I
good money.
Yes, and some of the monies were paid into his private bank account.
Right.
Okay, there is evidence to that effect. I'm not. I think that I would want to see some of these things being key in this investigation, being key in this investigation, so that it wouldn't be as though it is just the low-hanging ones that we are going for. I mean, the OSP is a specialized unit. Has certain powers, getting certain benefits, getting certain allowances, and so on. If from their creation, led by Martin Amido, until date, we haven't seen anything concrete. I think, yes, I think that is the reason why people keep calling for disbandment or an of that institution, and then get it back, under the normal thing.
He's asking actually for entrenchment in the constitution.
What happened to the Sile case?
Yeah, well, that's another matter. So he's finished
investigating a number of issues. It's just that we've not seen any conviction or whether he secured a judgment yet.
Then it's become like any other institution. That's like the normal situation, because there is zeal with which President Akufo-Addo, created that institution. He had made mention of it, during the campaign, the 2016 campaign, and so on. But to think that under him, that institution never, didn't go anywhere, let me put it this way. For me, I'm shocked. I'm equally shocked that during his tenure, efforts were made to just throw that institution away. And by saying that, listen, we've created you haven't done anything, concrete, as far as the corruption is concerned. And again, corruption became one of the biggest reasons, and I hear the Okwe committee made mention of that corruption was one of the main reasons why the MPP was defeated. Okay, so we've given it so much power with a lot of expectations, but then the golden hen couldn't lay
a golden egg.
The golden egg. And something has to be done.
Sure, thank you. Eric, OSP versus Charles Bisu. And there's another gentleman, a businessman, we understand, Andy Owusu, also in there.
Well, I mean, I think I want to come from Fred's angle. I mean, this whole issue stems from our fight against Galamsey and how we even got here. I mean, looking at the footage even here, would break anybody's heart. I mean, during the campaign, we're in this particular place, I think the Manso, Edubia area and all of that. I mean, it is terrible. It's just like it's heartbreaking to the point where it's actually taking over the community. You understand what I'm saying? And in my own village where I come from, we have pockets of that where even the last couple of months or so,
what's the name of the
Abompe,
okay,
Fantiako South,
Eastern region,
where
it's an Achim area.
Yes, where 2 kids actually drowned in one of an open pit, and then it had to take the new Eastern Regional Minister to go there and all of that, and it's heartbreaking. Plus all the attendant challenges that comes with it, the degradation of the environment, our water bodies, the pollution,
destruction of our forests.
All of these things are attendant issues, and there are bigger conversations. Seeking prosecution of Charles Bisu is within the remit of the OSP. But then, in the bigger scheme of things, I mean, I think that we have to be a bit more serious with this whole conversation around Galamsey. I've seen a new group, I think led by Oketeche and a couple of other people who are pushing that angle. In the previous administration, you had a whole group of people. Now, you know how these things work. And that's why sometimes the politics becomes very, if you like, unprincipled. So the group, there were people who were very, if you like, unprincipled. So the group, there were people and very advocating for all of these things. All of a sudden, they are nowhere to be found, and a new group has been formed. When these things happen, it actually questions the legitimacy of these groups, and then also even the real
motive,
intentions, and
But
the
the
motive.
new groups didn't participate in the older groups.
I agree. No, I agree. But I agree. And for me,
those are
and that's what
that's what I'm saying. For me, if
Yeah.
you are serious as a country and we really want to get to this thing, then this fair weather, almost convenient advocacy and politics and all of that is something that should be eschewed. I'll tell you something. Right? You remember, I used to be a policy analyst when we were in opposition the previous time. And I was representing the party at the IEA. And I think that even your national chairman and a couple other people from the NDC were also there on that platform. And you know what we used to discuss? We used to discuss winner takes all in Ghanaian politics and everything. And the interesting thing is that once the party comes into office, the conversations around the winner takes all, and even issues to do with governance and
Bishop Pamabako was accused of that.
Yes.
Anytime MPP is in opposition, he talks about winner takes all.
Yeah.
But when MPP is in office,
and so if just so that I'm not digressing, if we are not careful, what happens is that even if you're in government, you don't take these groups seriously because at the back of your mind, it's just a pure political thing. But when it comes to issues to do with advocacy, issues to do with corruption, I mean, Charles Bisu is my very good friend. We come from the same ilk. I mean, I've known Charles for a very long time. If he gets into some kind of border, I mean, it would hurt me. But it's a process. It's democracy. I mean, he has to go through the process. But for me, I think that it's also not very fair that this thing is taking such a long time, whereby it's like back and forth. I mean, there's back and forth between the OSP and Charles Bisu.
They've been to court.
They've been to court a few times and everything. And then issues to do with prosecution, for example, that if you had set up an institution that is supposed to be solely responsible for ensuring that corruption cases are prosecuted, and as we speak, I mean, this is the 8th year or 9th year, and there hasn't been any thing of that sort. If it was any other entity, any other enterprise, it would probably call it like a failure or it's not lived up to expectations. But if there are genuine, if you like, challenges, there are issues that the OSP itself is facing and all that, we should appreciate that. Then again, we can't also pick and choose certain aspects of a democracy that we want to govern. Because the person that is accused has fundamental rights. You know, and I think that because of some of the politics that we do as well, the mere fact that somebody is accused or there's an allegation means that the person is guilty. And so people become frustrated when there are no prosecutions or there are no convictions, but that's how democracy works. You know what I'm saying? So if you accuse, otherwise, it's better for, if you go to a legal class, they'll tell you that it's better for 100 guilty people to go free than an innocent man to be prosecuted, because that is that's the essence. The essence of the law is to protect innocent people, right? So we can get, in one breath, we can get frustrated that people have not been prosecuted, there are no convictions and all that. But once you make an allegation or something comes up, it does not automatically make that a person is, or even if you go through a legal process. I mean, case in point, NDC comes into government. Even cases that have gone through a court process. In the wisdom of the current Attorney General, he decides to go to court and file what? Nolli proscribe. It's still democracy. You can have issues with, I have fundamental challenges with that. That in the same breath, you are now saying that you're fighting corruption. You have issues with a process that were taken using the same legal process. And you are taking these people off, and yet you are prosecuting new people. You understand what I'm saying? But the lawyers, I'm not a lawyer, but the lawyers will tell you that.
Do you recall Richard Anani was on trial? I think Kojo Impien was also on trial. And many of Kufuor's appointees then were on trial. Now, when Akufo-Addo took over, I mean, I think that...
but those cases came to... those cases came to... No, but those cases came to the logical conclusion.
They didn't?
Yes, they did.
Which of them?
Reku Brobe, Osaya J, on Richard Anani, they went through the court processes and an NDC administration, including what's his name, Asabi and Co.
Yeah.
Under an NDC
The
administration,
trial-
and nobody.
No, the trial
you
was
can-
truncated, though.
It wasn't.
Yeah,
It
the trial
wasn't. It wasn't. No,
Yeah, the trial
no.
was
It wasn't.
truncated.
It wasn't. It wasn't
The case was
truncated.
truncated.
Kojo
Yeah.
Piani's trial was
Wa-
not
was
truncated.
truncated. It was-
We can-
yeah, let's find
but you
out.
can you can check. But
Let's
that's what I'm
find
saying. That it's all democracy, right?
Check-
But then
check
whilst-
Ghana International
whilst you're
Okay.
doing this, I think that all of these conversations, especially for us politicians, should be anchored in values and principles. That's it. For Charles Bisu, I'm sure he will have his day in court. He would find ways of actually absolving himself. And the OSP has a job to do.
Yeah, but Barry, let me just add something related to this issue. You know, we have tried several means and approaches to fighting this corruption menace. This Galamsey menace. Maybe one of the things we have not paid particular attention to, which all of us agree to, is that the people who really are benefiting from this Galamsey thing, the big people behind it, they live in Accra, they live in Kumasi, they are never on the field.
Afraid.
Up until we look for these people, we feed them out.
Yeah.
We confiscate their assets. We freeze their accounts. When they feel the pain, I'm sure this thing will come down. Because those boys, just before I land, those boys,
the people who do cocaine,
those boys,
do we find them?
we can find them.
The barrels, we don't find them.
Where we are now, as a nation, we want to find them. Currently, the young boy that you sometimes we go and arrest in the village, who is only seeking survival. You and I know he cannot even buy maybe a motorbike, let alone this heavy, what they call them? Excavators and stuff like that. Look at the cost of buying one excavator. And yet, the boys, we often parade, throw them in cells. As if we know the root cause of the problem, right? But for whatever reason, we prefer to dance around the periphery and pretend as though we don't know what is going on.
Because the mafia involved is not just the people who are doing the Galamsey. So for example, they use excavators. Who brings the excavators into this country? There's somebody who brings these excavators. There's one individual who brings probably 60-70% of the excavators in this country.
It's somebody's business.
It's somebody's business. Now, if you go into a Galamsey community, the woman who is selling wache has 500 people.
There's a whole economy
There's a
around
whole
it.
economy.
I know.
Now, if you want to deal with Galamsey, for example, that should start at the Tema port and Takrady port. It costs you $50, $100 to put a tracker on every excavator. And so all the monies that we spend on trying to fight Galamsey, putting, what do you call it? River guards, this and all of those things, is just a function of being committed politically and activating technology. If you put a tracker on an excavator, and it goes, yes, it goes into an environment that's not supposed to be, it's demobilized. I mean, so, you know,
we can solve it.
We can solve it.
That is a
right?
fact,
And for me, I've heard people, I've even heard, I mean, I've heard the new minister saying all sorts of things and everything, and nobody is talking about the technology. You understand? Somebody is bringing this.
The defense minister has actually said that they'll track the owners using the
but the point is that if you
even the DVL
so that if the DVL should take up that.
Thank you so much. Unfortunately, we've run out of time. We'll have to leave it here. We're actually in there at 55. So unfortunately, we've run out of time. But thank you so much.
President Mahama fulfilling his promise, fulfilling his promise of creating more jobs and entrepreneurs.
Appointment has taken too
long. The Juma was launched beautifully in Kumasi yesterday.
Thank you.
I encourage the young people to go on the website, go start a new business. It is pure water you want to do, it is poultry you want to do, it is bread, baked, whatever you want to do.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, gentlemen. It's been great. We'll find time, another opportunity to have more and of course in-depth conversations. This has been the news review segment here on Breakfast Daily, which is live on Channel 1 TV. I am Nana Tufo Boateng. Many thanks for your time. But stay with us. There's more on the show.
Every day, people have money emergencies. Ma, I need my school fees emergency. Mommy, chop money emergency. Emergency. Catch it. I'm your rent emergency. Now, there's a new emergency number in town.
More money, Charlie, and enjoy. the top life regardless.
Dial star 770 hash for all your money emergencies and chop life.
Dial star 770 hash for money emergencies and get easy and quick access to your money, loans, and other banking needs. EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank.
Excellent.
Be that business owner that stands out and is very productive.
You're so confident. How do you do it?
It starts with Built. Where does your confidence come from? Paperwork made simple. Built takes all the hassle away. Yep, don't be like her. Built is your all-in-one simplified finance platform. It's your home for invoices, payments, your payroll, and so much more.
Oh, wow.
Grow your business today. Sign up now at built.africa. Download the Built app now.
Life is a celebration of moments. Big and small.
The sun is scorching, I'm feeling the heat.
With Piva Drink, every moment becomes a refreshing celebration. From the beach to your home, in every corner of your world, Piva Drink at a burst of refreshment.
Give me Piva cocktail and tangerine.
Celebrate every moment with Piva Drink. Refreshment for every occasion. Piva Drink, a taste you will love.
P for Piva.
This advert is FDA approved.
Introducing Betway's Bet Influencer, a groundbreaking feature where you can make money by just sharing codes. He just needs to share his codes and make money. The more his codes are used, the more money he makes. Oh yes. So, what are you waiting for? Anyone can be a bet influencer. Share your codes and make money. Bet Influencer, another world first from Betway.
This advert has been approved by the Gaming Commission of Ghana. Betway, get way more.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. You are welcome to Breakfast Daily. In case you're just joining us, this is still a continuation of the show. My name is Chris Carter.
My name is Philip Nihelati, and as always, we have a lot for you in store for you on this particular program on Channel 1 TV. So make sure that you are glued to your TV set from now to 11 on Breakfast Daily. The season of prayer is still going on.
Okay, yeah, season of prayer is still going on because we're still in April. So do well to join us every weekdays in April. And obviously, I think tomorrow is the last day of April. So if you haven't joined any prayer session, you should join either from today till tomorrow. We have the Midnight Cry, which starts at 12 a.m. to 1 a.m. And we have This Is Your Day from 4 a.m. to 6 a.m. Prayer Encounter, 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. And if you're asking where it's happening, it's all happening on our Facebook page. That's City 97.3 FM. So join us every time right there, and you can watch it live.
And of course, you have to join because just a few days to end the month of April, you'd have to fortify yourself for the rest of the month ahead, and it's like it's just on your screen, 12 a.m. to 1 a.m., 4 a.m. to 6 a.m., and also 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. So if you didn't join the first two, you should make it a point to join the last one that will be happening this afternoon, and another that will be happening tomorrow. Also, family consecration. Don't forget that as we pray and we stay awake and know that we are preparing for 1st of May 2025, which is family consecration. The event is happening at the Oil Dome Royal House Chapel, Accra, and it's between the hours of 6 a.m. to 12 noon. So starting from 6 a.m. to 12 noon. On your screen, you can see the pastors that you've been hearing their voices on radio every now and then. Reverend Stephen Wilgam and Reverend Mauli Chikata, Reverend Mauli Benson, Reverend Michael Nwagbewonu, Reverend Nelson Awintia, Reverend Fred McDavis. So make sure that you are part of this event. Come, get blessed, get filled, spirit-filled and all that. Interestingly, at this event, you can also get renewal of your marriage vows. Maybe a lot of people have stayed for 50 years, for 25 years, for 15, 10, 5 years in marriage without renewing your marriage vows. But this event is going to afford you the opportunity to renew your marriage vows.
All right. Okay, this is actually very, very exciting. And one thing you don't want to miss is actually the chat with them today.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah, so some of the pastors that you're going to be seeing on that day are going to be passing through and we'll be talking to them, and they will also let us know why we should be there and what to expect. Anyway, before we get into that, we'll take a quick music break from Loretta Larby.
there is Loretta Labi with that beautiful one there, all preparing us for the event on Thursday, May 1, 2025. That is the family consecration. We're going to have detailed conversation on this shortly in studio. And joining us is Reverend Stephen Wingham. Reverend, you're welcome.
Thank you.
And also Reverend Mauli Chikata. Reverend, you're welcome.
Thank you.
I trust you're doing well, both of you.
Yeah, that was great.
First of all, the family consecration event is happening on Thursday, May 1, 2025. But I want to ask you first, how has this event traveled? When did we start?
Right, thank you for this opportunity. 2007, the maiden edition occurred at Calvary Baptist Church, then at Circle.
Okay.
It began on a modest note. Of course, the place was filled and there was overflow.
Wow.
And then I think the second or third year we moved to the current venue, but they didn't have the oil dome then. So it's been 18 years down the line. We've seen it grow every year. The numbers keep increasing. We've seen greater impact. The testimonies are varied. Again, because of the focus, because it's family-based, family-focused. For some, it is the only event where the family travels together. You see people coming, husband and wife, children, some grandchildren, some of them come with their grandparents. And even though 6 hours non-stop prayer, interspersed with worship, I mean, it doesn't get boring. You will leave knowing that you have poured your heart out to God.
Beautiful.
Some Christians complain that in the local churches, they go for prayer meetings and the person leading is running commentaries and talking and they don't have the room to pour the heart out. Not at family consecration service. We'll allow you, there will be a segment and a portion this year, time alone with God at the altar. You just pour your heart out to the Lord. So that's how far
we have gone. And also you being the radio pastor for City 97.3 FM and also the General Superintendent for Assemblies of God. First of all, how has it gone with you being the radio pastor for 97.3 City FM and other pastors who have also joined?
It was the game changer in my ministry.
Wow.
I was even telling Pastor Mauli, we began 2007 on a very modest note. And I remember those days you open the phone lines and you get 2 or 3 calls. And I was getting depressed. My father, who is late now, used to encourage me. Sometimes he said, don't worry, Pastor Wengham, you keep pushing. And then suddenly, boom.
Wow.
I mean, you open the lines now and I mean, you can't receive all the calls. And because we've been consistent, City FM is a very selfless radio station. If you look at the morning slot we use for morning devotion, other stations are selling, making money. At the time when City FM needed money, we still had the public in mind, families in mind, and I think that's why the public, we have endeared ourselves to them. And anything that we try to engage them, they come out in their thousands. They see a genuine institution who is out there to seek their welfare. I mean, we don't talk about money at family consecration. No, that is the last thing on our mind. We rather spend on the people. So I would say that it's been a blessing. I mean, it's contributed to my elevation in Assemblies of God because City FM provided a platform for my people to see my abilities, the giftings God has placed in me, and I'm forever indebted to City FM.
Okay. And Reverend Mauli Chikata, you have now joined, or you are part of the pastors on radio. Before we move into the event profile for the family consecration, how is it like being on radio as the part of the pastors for City 97.3 FM?
It's a blessing. I tell people that it's one of the opportunities God has given some of us to serve our nation. You know, it's something I used to do, not on radio.
Okay.
You know, growing up, you do dumb broadcasting. So in the university, you carry your megaphone, you are in the halls, and you are preaching to people at dawn. And sometimes in your neighborhood, you preach to people at dawn whilst they are sleeping. And so this is like God putting you on a bigger platform and to be a blessing to people, to serve people. It's always great to meet people in town, and they talk about how they've been blessed by a prayer you led or a sermon you shared. It's great to know that people really pay attention to what we do on radio, and it gives you that sense of responsibility that if you are coming on air, there are people who are listening to you. There are people who are taking whatever you say very seriously, and so you also have to take it very seriously with the work you do. So it's a blessing, and it's been great serving as one of the radio pastors at
So
City.
that said, let's now talk about the season of prayer.
Yes.
Before we have to the event on Thursday.
Yes.
Is this the first time you're having this event?
No, so Seasons of Prayer, this will be the 3rd year.
Great.
So it happens in the month of April. So we noticed that on 1st of May, it's a family prayer service, family consecration service. We're able to pray about issues that families go through. But being thoughtful and visionary that we are, we also thought it wise that we should dedicate the whole month so that there are certain issues that you have to pray over time. And so Seasons of Prayer is to give families the opportunity to pray over issues relating to the family over time. And so when you tune in to Seasons of Prayer in the month of April, you notice that it is just family-focused prayer. Okay. Prayer focused on the family. We are praying for peace in the family. We are praying for healing for the family. We are praying for widows. We are praying for parents taking care of children with special needs. You know, we are dealing with issues like that ordinarily people may not have the opportunity to even talk about. I mean, today, for instance, when we're praying at midnight for parents who are taking care of children with special needs, you should see the messages that were coming through. I mean, people are going through a lot, and sometimes the only thing you can do is to just pray that God strengthens parents like this. So Seasons of Prayer throughout the month of April, we do it, and we it's like a build-up. So there's family consecration service happening on the 1st of May to launch our family month. And so April, we do the Seasons of Prayer as a build-up, and then we crown it all up on the 1st of May at the family consecration service.
Reverend Wigan, let's talk about the testimonies at family consecration. We've traveled from 2007 till date. What has been some of the testimonies that you have seen at this event?
Do you have time?
We have.
A bit on the Seasons of Prayer.
Okay.
If you look at the scriptures very well,
yeah.
Yes, God does miracles sometimes based on his sovereignty.
Okay.
But most of the outstanding miracles in the Bible happen after consistent, diligent, persistent prayer.
Mm.
So Seasons of Prayer is actually to prepare the platform for God to move in an unusual way during family consecration. Now, back to your question. Look, there was a particular year, I remember the Lord gave me a prophetic word that God was giving 500 babies.
Wow.
I said that at the time, even at the time, my wife and I were yet to start a family. We had our first child after 14 years of marriage. And then a couple, 16 years, no child, 12 years, 10 years. I mean, and the following year at family consecration, people came with babies. Some of them wanted to name their baby City FM.
Oh, beautiful.
I mean, we had cancers. I remember some time ago on radio, people had cancers, just sudden healing. I mean, broken marriages beyond repair. I mean, God brought the couples together. Wayward children, parents, mothers especially, grandmothers who brought prayer requests, wayward children, and then some who had lost their children. I mean, physically, they couldn't find them.
Wow.
So the testimonies, name anything, and I can tell you on authority that God through CTFM Family Consecration, This Is Your Day, has performed wonders. I've forgotten. The past 2 months, I was in South Africa, Toronto, and the US. I met two people. I can't remember. One of them was US. After preaching, Pastor Wenkam, CTFM Family Consecration, when I was in Ghana, I've not relocated. That's what it has done for me. Then they start sharing the testimonies.
Okay.
So, and another reason why we are very particular about family consecration, CTFM, we pride ourselves in the fact that we are family focused.
Okay.
I was saying on radio this morning that the first family in the Bible, Adam's family, two brother siblings, Cain murdered his blood brother. There are things somewhere in the family people are taking for granted. Oh, brother and sister are not talking together. Oh, Ebaya, Ebeko, Onyeshi. Then it escalates. So don't underestimate any situation. You and a husband have misunderstanding. Oh, the normal pains. No. Count for family consecration. 6 hours. There was a particular year we were praying, and at family consecration, it's prayer, more prayer, and more prayer, interspersed with worship. No preaching.
Okay.
There was this woman who was sitting on the front row in a wheelchair. In the midst of the prayer, we're not even praying for the sick. Suddenly she jumped out of the wheelchair.
Wow.
And began to walk. The whole place went, the atmosphere, people started clapping and screaming. We've seen all kinds of miracles. Single ladies. There's a lady in my church now. She joined because of family consecration. She used to worry me, Pastor, look at my age. I need a husband. And we kept praying. Today, she has a beautiful family. And she said, Pastor, wherever you go, I'll go. Ruth, he says, your God shall be my God.
Ruth to Naomi.
Ruth to Naomi.
Yeah.
So, this is your day, seasons of prayer, family consecration is God sent. And other stations tried to copy, but they couldn't. Photocopy is never like original.
Exactly, yes.
And we have been very consistent, and it's been, it has evolved. We didn't start with seasons of prayer, but here we are. So I want to encourage Ghanaians to come on board.
The addition of the vows, the renewal of vows. Let's go into details. Why that particular aspect on the program?
The foundation of every nation is the family. The first institution God established was the family. And God's vision was that out of the family was going to come nations, corporate institutions, religious institutions. So realize that. So everything begins with the family.
Yes.
And mostly, the pressures. So I think about 8 years ago, we introduced renewal of vows, the testimonies. The testimonies. And some didn't have the opportunity to send their marriage because of this wedding wahala and the costs. Some said, Pastor Wingham, through that we brought our marriage. You don't need wedding to make vows.
And they got married there.
No, what I mean is, they did when they were married, they didn't have the opportunity to have a wedding.
Oh, okay.
So coming to the altar every year to renew their vow, they bought their own ring. They are wearing it.
Oh, beautiful.
So it's important. No, there's no way you and your wife, under this atmosphere, stand at the altar, look each other face to face. By the time you go, the animosity, the misunderstanding vanishes.
And when it comes to the renewal of vows, there are people who sometimes, when they come, the other couple is not around. But when it's time for renewal of vows, some do video calls. So there are people who you see them with their phones. Yes, so maybe the wife is outside the country or has traveled somewhere. And then when it's time for the renewal of vows, you see them, they turn on their video call and they are renewing their vows. And there are couples where there are issues in the house. There are issues between husband and wife. It is settled during the renewal of vows.
You can see.
Because Pastor Wengham insists that apologize to your wife and he will lead you. That say after me, I'm sorry if I've done anything against you, if you are hurt, and then we reciprocate. So at that point in time, issues that sometimes husband and wife are not talking to each other, the moment they come to the altar at the time for the renewal of vows, it marks the beginning of the reconciliation in the family. So it's not just about renewal of vows for that sake, but there are things that are established and there is a freshness to the marriage. It's like something new is happening. And Pastor Wingham will not always miss it. If you are there as a couple, you need to kiss. And so there are people too that at that point in time, the reunion and the freshness, and it's like a new beginning
in the marriage.
In the marriage. And so that part of the program is very, very important for us.
You are streaming the Seasons of Prayer live on Facebook.
Yes.
One would expect that since you are climaxing it with family consecration, you will stream it live on Facebook. Is that going to be the case?
No. Family consecration is an in-person program because we want to create the corporate environment for that atmosphere of prayer. And Pastor Wingham will deal with that aspect. I want to talk about this. Every morning we wake up, we're in the studio alone. Sometimes it's just 2 of us or 3 of us, just 3 pastors. And we are speaking to people. We don't see them. We don't know who they are. They are just sending messages. When you open the phone lines, they call. The one time in a whole year, 365 days we come on radio to do this program. From Monday to Sunday we are on radio. The only one time that we have the opportunity to see you is family consecration service, so that we know who we are ministering to. We see you, we shake your hands, we greet each other, we pray together. So for that, it's not going to be streamed. We want people to come in person. At least we have spoken to you virtually. We sit in the radio. You listen to us. Let us see you on the day at the Oil Dome. Okay. Pastor Wengham will deal with other spiritual aspects.
Worship is about sacrifice. And it's not only the offering and the singing, but even traveling from your home is sacrifice. God watches all those things. Sometimes the quality and the level of sacrifice would determine the kind of blessing God will release towards you. The higher the sacrifice, the bigger the blessing. So leaving your home, some come and sleep over. God watches. Wow. Yes, in the Old Testament, they traveled 3 days to go to Jerusalem. So understand that boarding a vehicle, going through all the wahala, and coming to Oil Dome. Look, I'm supposed to be in Kumasi, the Assemblies of God Ghana. We're having our National Prayer Convention. People are coming from all over the country. And I'm the convener. Now, it's starting tonight. We are ending Friday morning. Wow. I am sacrificing. I'm leaving the place Wednesday evening. And everybody is shocked. People thought, because it's huge. But I value my family. I mean, my family are not around. They insisted they are coming on Wednesday because of family consecration.
Beautiful.
I said, but we bet. They said, please.
They have to be there.
They said they have to be there. The kids will not hear anything. Their mother was hiding behind them.
Tell them that we will come.
So these are the sacrifices people make. We have people coming from outside Ghana.
Yeah, we have people from Europe,
fly down.
Who come.
Europe, America, all over the place.
So if you're
it's World Cup. For some people, they just leave the whole year waiting for family consecration. And I really want to urge Ghanaians and everybody, come in your numbers. Come and pray for your family. Families are under attack. Look at the generation now. Look at the young people. The enemy, the devil is destroying their destinies. Nobody can tell what tomorrow holds. So come and let's secure the future. Come and sanctify your family. We have all sinned against God. One component which I normally the whole family to do.
Repentance.
To confess our sins. Joel 2:15-17 talks about that. We come to the altar.
Okay.
Because of Achan committed a sin, and his innocent wife and children, God roped them in. We call it corporate collateral damage. So just come to confess your husband. Job in the Bible, anytime he sacrificed, he will confess the sins of his children. So let nobody, my children, they are good children. Do you know what they do when they go to school? My husband is the nice man. Do you know what your husband does in the office? He's been squeezing some small girls, and yet he comes to the house and you think he's an angel. Come and repent on behalf of your family. Thursday, Oil Dome, Ra House Chapel, a central location near which a bit Lamptey Circle. You can't get lost. come and you'll never be the same.
Right. But Pastor Molly, to wrap up, we know that it's around the Obeche-Bilamte roundabout.
Yeah.
But how would one get there from the various locations?
So Circle is a central point. When you get to Circle and you are going to Kaneshi, right after the Audome Cemetery, you see a huge building on your right. That's the oil dome. If you are coming from Kaneshi into Accra, you get to the Obeche-Bilamte roundabout. Now there's an overpass there. On your left, you see it is huge. If you are coming from Graphic Road and you are going to Kaneshi, you see it on your right. Huge. If you are coming from Kolebu into Circle, you see it on your left, right after the Obeche-Bilamte roundabout. So it's a central location. It's a building, it's a facility you cannot miss because it is huge. And we are grateful to the Apostle General Sam Kranchiankra for giving us the opportunity to use the oil dome. So once again, family consecration is happening on Thursday, 1st May. It's a holiday. Don't stay at home. Join us at the oil dome of the Royal House from 6 a.m. to 12 p.m. and the Lord's blessings will be with you.
Reverend Mauli Chikatha, grateful for your time, and also Reverend Stephen Wingam, grateful for your time. And make sure that you join the family consecration event on May 1, 2025. You are still watching Breakfast Daily on Channel 1 TV. We're back with more.
This year, take the first step towards a deeper connection with God and one another. Join us for the Family Consecration Service, a powerful journey of faith, love, and renewal. In 2025, we are called to consecrate our homes, our hearts, and our lives.
The Lord is protecting you with His favor this morning in the name of Jesus. May the Lord favor your going out. May the Lord favor your coming in.
To dedicate ourselves and our families to the path of faith, grace, and unity. Through prayer and reflection and a shared devotion, the Family Consecration Service 2025 brings families closer together, strengthens bonds, and invites God's presence into every corner of our homes. It's on Thursday, 1st of May 2025 from 6 a.m. to 12 noon. The venue is the Oil Dome, Royal House Chapel International, Accra. There will be renewal of vows for married couples.
On this occasion, I'm asking you to forgive me for all the hits and pain I have caused you.
Join countless families around the world as we come together to consecrate our lives in the spirit of love and faith. A consecration for today and for generations to come. Make this year a new beginning. Family Consecration Service 2025 for the love of God and the love of family. Join us this year. Together, let's consecrate our families and our hearts.
We're doing something quite interesting. We're making red eba with fried turkey and sauteed or stir-fried vegetables.
Put that on fire. What's cooking? Wow. Taki is cooking. Taki. Yeah. Oh, wow. This will be delicious when cooked. Hello?
So this is what you do now?
No. I had early signals.
Your GPS is not working.
No, I had early signals.
Which early signals?
And to avoid the rain, I have to come early.
Which rain?
It's about to rain.
Ghana met you.
Yes. Red eba is just your regular normal eba. But this time around it's stewed.
All right, Chef Orel. So I was just letting you do your thing with the stir fry.
Yeah.
It's fun to watch you cook. It's mesmerizing.
Yeah. It's been cooked. It's been cooked.
Where is this hat from?
What's Cooking is brought to you by Tasty Tom, Kivo Pepper.
All right, welcome back. It's still Breakfast Daily right here on Channel 1 TV, in case you're joining us. Anyway, it's time for us to check out what's trending in Ghana, especially on our social media platforms, X to be precise. And if you look at the trends on X, we can see Wale, we can see Richard Ni Amakwe, Sheldon, Matilda Sansi, and so on. I think Wale, that's Shatta Wale, is actually trending because Amare has, given him a shout out while performing again.
The only artist she follows is
Shatta Wale, and that he's like the untouchable artist in Ghana, that he can just wake up and just, insult everybody and still give us bangers.
Shatta is actually an interesting character. Sometimes I ask myself, is he an artist, a musician, or a comedian?
I think he's all in one.
All in one. He's an entertainer.
So many talent. Yeah. Entertainer. Yeah. I think he's an entertainer.
You see everybody,
and I think that's what makes him interesting.
Yeah. Everybody won. Only you two. Why?
Do you know, like, I had friends from Kenya, right, that, just go on his on his TikTok to be happy. And I was like, wow. She was like, oh, no, because I don't, I'm like, do you know him? He's a musician. She was like, well, I cannot say his songs, but I just follow him because he makes me laugh on
interesting
TikTok.
Character.
And I'm like, wow. And and that's how I knew or discovered that he's actually a different character when it comes to, online shenanigans. It's not about the music for him. It's about the rants and a bit of comedy and all that.
Those are some of the things that make him stay in the space, because if you are not singing or you don't have a new banger or a new track, you are not being heard. But he will try and create some, will I say nuisance? No, I would say that he will try and make some noise in the media space that can keep him relevant. So that's Shatta Wale for you. But since Amare has also said this, maybe you're waiting for his response in the coming days.
One thing about him is that you cannot hate him.
Of course.
You can try, but you can't. And I realized that in a very hard way. When I was in the gym one day, and I was like, okay, let me listen to Shatta Wale tracks. And I was like, no.
It's an interesting
bangers upon bangers. I was like, this is helping my workout. That's when I said, no, you cannot hate this guy, whether you like it or not. But, I think, like, what Amare is doing right now is carrying Ghana music on the head, and I think it's a great thing. Somebody's got to be the ambassador of Ghana music outside there, and I think she's doing a great job with that. Yeah. So, Richard Ni Amakwe.
That interesting gentleman who celebrated his 40-year birthday in Ghana and shut the whole country down, and even Africa, if I'll put it that way. Now, he has said that he's retiring officially, and he's not, I don't know, retiring at the age of 40, that should be great.
That should be the dream. But is it that easy?
Oh, it's easy when you, I don't know about that in our part of the world, because if Richard should say that, well, I'm done, it's done and dusted, and I would want to retire, go and rest and focus on what I want to do with my life, then I think it's an interesting thing. So yesterday, I think he had a press conference to say that particular thing to the public, that he has officially retired after getting himself a Bugatti and also a private jet. I think the Bugatti is $4 million, and the private jet around $41 million. Yeah, so that's it. That's why Richard Amakwe is in the trends today, because he said officially he has retired. People are reading different meanings into it, but you know what? That's his money, and he says, I'm done.
But like, I'm just concerned, not concerned, but I have questions. Like, does it always need to be public?
Well, sometimes, because he's already in the public domain, he's already put himself out there, so he doesn't really have a private life.
Right.
His private life is out there, so everything he does in a way, he has to make the world know that this is the decision I have taken. Maybe not everything in its entirety, but what the public needs to know, we need to know about it.
So basically, we are like his online brothers and sisters and online in-laws.
So on X, some of the tweets coming up from Fabulous Life says that I feel motivated when Richard Niamakwe said that we, the youth, should not wait on government to survive. And another one coming from Dr. Nyami also says that Richard Amakwe announces his retirement from all his businesses in Ghana and abroad. Good speech. Another one too from Mempasem President says that don't wait for government, Richard Amakwe, to youth, and that they should create their own job opportunities. And I think it's appropriate that we, the youth, come in. Maybe we'd pick some inspiration from Richard Amakwe and build our own businesses.
Right. Yeah. It's a very good thing to say, but that also makes me wonder, have there been people waiting on the government?
Oh, yes. There are a lot of people waiting on the government. When you go to the universities, let's say, well, the traditional universities, we should have around 10 traditional universities before you come to the private universities, then the technical universities, the training colleges and all that. They are all waiting on the government for employment. Most are waiting for the government for employment. That is how come you would see the unemployment rate going up. But if the system could allow that we should give ourselves or get opportunity, or government should create a conducive environment that the entrepreneurship skills that are being taught in the school is practicalized, I think it will help. For instance, you know that when I'm done with school, I did marketing. So if I'm selling crates of egg, I should be able to brand it in such a way that I can get companies buying, or I can get institutions buying, and as well branded. It will help, because for how many of us can depend on the government for jobs?
Yeah, that's the thing.
The jobs with the government sector are few.
Right.
Yes. So I think if, per what he has said, if a conducive environment is created for the youth,
entrepreneurship,
exactly, to thrive, we will succeed.
Right. That's a good one. And then we have another trend, Sheldon. I think Sheldon has to do with the online personality coach Sheldon, who is not just, what is he? Is he a vlogger? Is he a content creator?
He's a vlogger.
Yeah, vlogger, content creator. And, you know, in fact, he already has his content company, which is doing really well. I mean, they churn out weekly content or even daily content, and I think he's really doing well. But this is not about him doing well in his field. This has got to do with politics, especially after the elections, since he's a staunch supporter of the MPP. He's not really had peace.
Of course.
He's not really had peace. So recently, I think he's been, going, I mean, his face is all over. He's been going back and forth with a political commentator, that's Kevin Taylor, and also there's been comparisons between him and another, online personality, that's Kali J. So it's just been back and forth, and there's even, tweets of, Kevin Taylor saying he's going to report him to the American Immigration and Customs
Kevin
Service.
Taylor is a controversial guy.
Because he seems to be hiding in the States, per what Kevin Taylor is saying, and so there's just been a bit, of back and forth when it comes to that issue.
Another interesting one is Galamsey must fall. Maybe we are going to end with that one. Galamsey must fall. Yesterday, Oketechie led a group to demonstrate that government should declare state of emergency so that the Galamsey menace could be kept or stopped. What we understand is that same demonstration will continue today and also tomorrow. The Oketechie Efifa, he is asking that government should declare state of emergency. Yesterday we read some of the placards, the inscriptions on the placards. They went on the demonstration from 2 p.m., ended at Jubilee House. In front of the Jubilee House, now projected a screen to show to the world what the Galamsey menace is causing, or the impact of Galamsey in this country, among other things, demanding that an action should be taken. And that is why it's in the trends this morning.
It's very interesting. And, you know, like I said to you before the show started, why, you know, I feel like if you really care for the earth, do it because you really care for the earth. Do you understand?
Yeah.
It should not be politically motivated, because where were you when this thing was being talked about? No, honestly, I'm tired of people making this about this government, that government. If the water goes bad, all of us will suffer.
He was part of Democracy Hub.
Wait.
Until he fell out
I'm saying
with that particular
group. No problem.
Yes.
But it had nothing to do with Democracy Hub at that point. The last Galamsey, whatever.
The demonstration that the Democracy Hub people had was also because of Galamsey and economic issues.
No, but we didn't even hear your voice.
Yeah, because he really fell out with them.
But we didn't hear your voice. At least tweet.
Oh, okay.
You understand?
Okay.
Don't make it about, like, I hate when they make this whole thing about MPP, NDC, because you did, I'm going to do. Because your party is in power right now, I'm going to disrupt it with, Galamsey issues. Yes, there's a problem when it comes to the issue of Galamsey. But please, the whole charade is becoming boring, especially knowing that it's because of political parties. It's becoming, no one will take it serious again.
I wish we spoke to him to understand exactly why he's led this demonstration during this period. Well, according to what our reporter also said yesterday, and also what we gathered on the grounds, is because the government, when it was on campaign or prior to the 2024 elections, also stated that they had plans to clamp the Galamsey menace, i.e. coming up with the water guards and other things now that the NDC is in power. So from the Okitechi Efiefa's point of view, government should go by its words and get the issue resolved ASAP by declaring state of emergency.
That should have been declared since a long time ago, actually, not just this year.
But with this, we can't actually take politics out of it.
But you see, that's the problem, because the fact we keep politicizing everything, that's why we are here now.
Yes, but we can't take politics out.
We can't take it out, so that means we'll be here.
Because we need political will to get it resolved.
No. Political will to get it resolved makes sense. You understand? But political pettiness to get a result, it cannot.
It wouldn't help.
They are two different things. Do you understand? There's no challenge.
So let's see what happens today. They'll be embarking on the same demonstration today and also end tomorrow. Yesterday, they ended at the Jubilee House, in front of the Jubilee House, as you can see on the screens. The security was there in their numbers. Journalists also went there to cover and bring out the information into the public domain. And Okitechi Efiefa Mensah himself was there. Yesterday, the Deputy Attorney General, Justice Srimsai, was also there. Maybe what we understand is that by Wednesday, they'll present a petition to the Jubilee House or the Flagstaff House, and will be demanding that action should be taken against illegal mining in this country. Chris, we have this issue we will discuss here, but maybe we should go for a break. Yeah,
let's go for a quick break, and when we come back, we'll be diving straight into our communities and check out some of the problems that people are facing. And we'll see how to solve them.
This Friday on Footprints, we continue our conversation with Kojo Bonsu, former mayor of Kumasi, who delves into his business life, his sports life, and his political association.
When we lost Senegal 92, we came back. That is when we got a friendly with Germany. I was the one who arranged that match.
Wow! So how did you do that?
I was working for Adidas, and Adidas controlled the German Federation. I advertised. I came out, Fitzbaffle and I, we did an advert for NDC.
The TV ad?
The TV ad.
Your friend was.
Yes, me Santini Nana. Santini Nana. Me to Abama NDC. So Shahona to Abama NDC. To become a mayor of Kumasi, you need the brains, you need the leadership skills, you have to be an entrepreneur, you need to be able to think very fast for Kumasi. Otherwise, you're in trouble. From the onset, I followed NDC. So when I came out to advertise for President Mills, a lot of people were shocked. But how? That's Antiniba. Kojo Bonsu. How?
Footprints airs every Friday at 7 p.m. with a repeat on Sunday at 4 p.m. only on Channel 1 TV.
All right, welcome back. It's still Breakfast Daily here, and right now it's time for us to go to OEB. What is happening in OEB? But before we talk about what's happening in OEB, when you look around you, obviously you know that the season has changed. It's the rainy season, and obviously we're going to be expecting perennial floods from different corners, of the season. But in Oyibi right now, although they are also experiencing the perennial flooding, the problem right now is there are no drainage systems. There's no correct drainage systems, and the people are suffering. Well, let's check out this report by Josephine Addo, who is a broadcast journalist right here in Channel 1, and we will discuss it later on after watching this. We'll be right back.
It has been 4 days since the last downpour, yet stagnant floodwaters continue to encircle homes in Oyibi Estates Down, particularly around the DIS aluminium factory area. The lingering effects of the heavy rains have rendered roads nearly impassable, affecting both motorists and pedestrians.
I had in my mind Oyibi is such a beautiful place because of the proximity to the mountains, the greenery here.
This was 3 days ago.
Whoa!
Yes.
3 years ago, devastating floods and the near-tragic drowning of a child spurred the community to form an association. Leaders of the Oyibi Estates Down Landowners Association petitioned the Bonkatamanso electoral area for help, but their efforts yielded no results. Left with no other options, residents used their own resources to build small storm drains which have proven insufficient against the volume of rainwater. Leading the community's drainage initiatives, Association member Nia Foteodai emphasized that despite their best efforts, the flooding remains a major threat.
We have formed an association. We have tried writing several letters to the assembly, just seeking for their support. We are not even asking for too much. We are only asking them to provide us with equipment so that at least we can have a drainage system down here. Each house will construct his or her own drainage right in front of their homes.
Some motorists expressed frustration at the absence of proper drainage systems, blaming the municipal authorities for neglecting the situation.
They are not helping us. They were passing the assembly, they were passing here, stopping people, that they were telling people that they should stop work for their, this thing, how do you call it? For the building permit and this thing. But people have been paying and they are not doing anything. It's too bad for us. We are suffering here.
Adding to the community's woes, a resident lamented that some neighbors refused to contribute to the communal drainage project, arguing that only car owners are affected by the floods.
It looks like it's only few people who are helping the situation. Just recently, we were trying to fill up the place. A young guy who has a property here, I asked him, oh, shall I give some little things for the small boys who are, trying to help? The person say he doesn't have car, so it doesn't matter to him. And it's so bad.
However, pedestrians disagree. They too are bearing the brunt of the problem. One student shared how she has to remove her shoes to wade through the water on her way to school, often arriving late to class.
Sometimes when you're going to school, when you get here, you need to put your shoes in your bag, change into slippers when you cross. you get back to your shoes. It's really very bad. I would like them to, come to our aid. Like they should help us with the road so that we, the students and those with the cars and the motors, will get easy access to where we are going to. We won't be late to where we are going to. Yes.
In response, Prosper Mu, chairman of the Bonkatamanso Zonal Council, explained that the area sits at the township's lowest elevation, making it highly susceptible to flooding. He also noted that unauthorized construction on waterways has exacerbated the situation. Nevertheless, he assured residents that plans are underway to resolve the issue.
I received a letter from them last year, and then I visited the site with my engineers, and then they advised what they should do, and we are working on it, and I hope that very soon we will start working on that road. The area is a lowland area, so all the water that comes around stuck in that area, and there is this particular land that somebody has acquired that is also giving us a challenge, but I think we are engaging the owner of the property for her or for her to release portion of the land so that we can put a dredge, a gutter over there for the water to flow. A month ago from the hydro department, and they also came around to survey the area, so we are also waiting for their report.
So that is the situation in OEB. The residents are complaining they do not have drainage, and even the one they have, they had to construct it themselves. The situation is there because as of now, the rains are coming thick and fast, and if nothing is done about it, that means that that area would get flooded every now and then. Chris, this is where we find ourselves. And unfortunately, the MC for the area, none has been confirmed yet by the assembly members.
Yeah.
It's just that their names have been put out there, but they are now to be confirmed. And we are just hoping and praying that an action will be taken immediately. But the action taken by the residents, I think it's a laudable one, that they would come together and try and construct a drain for themselves so that they can stay in the vicinity. Well, like we stated here, not everything government can do for you, but sometimes you need the government's effort or the government commitment or government support to push whatever you would want to do. So this is a situation with OEB in its current state. That's OEB estate down.
It's quite unfortunate because we don't even know what the weather is going to be like this time around. We don't know if it's going to be increased rain compared to last one. Since we are dealing with even the change of weather and the patterns of rains, we don't even know. So I just wish someone comes to their aid ASAP.
Yeah.
At this point.
And we are just praying, like the zonal council man stated, that some people are building on waterways. And this is what we've been saying every now and then. Sometimes you think that you are constructing or you're having your apartment or you're building your property, but you've forgotten that in the long run, a lot of people would now move into that same area. And if there isn't space for the water to flow, the water would find a space for itself.
I like the fact that we are talking about this, but the question still remains. While they are building on the waterways, who is in charge of, letting them stop? And what are they doing about it?
It's the assembly.
You understand?
We have Afote, who is a landowner or the president of the landowners association, the leading member of the area. Hello, sir. Good morning.
Good morning.
I trust you are doing well.
Sure, I am.
We understand that you have pressing issue in OEB Estate Down, if I got the name of the area correctly.
Yes, you're right.
What exactly is the problem? Is it that you do not have drains in its entirety, or you have some and you want support from government?
Okay, so I would first begin. If you ask me what the problem is, in fact, within OEB Estate Down, none of the lanes connecting to the east has drains. None. When you take from the main OEB road all the way to Apollonia, taking your east, all the settlements there do not have drains. So we actually took it upon ourselves to start doing something. So for those of us here at OEB Estate Town, we actually came together as a community. We hired an equipment, and we decided to dredge some drains through our community from the source of the water on our street. I don't know if I'm clear.
Yeah, you are loud and clear.
Sure. So this is what we did. But you see, how much can the community put together? We have about 8 or 9 lanes facing the east. We have done for only 1 lane. And we've been calling on the assembly to support us, probably provide us with the equipment so that at least we would help with the other things. And all attempts to do that has actually failed. As we speak now, the chairman has come together to meet some of us, and he's also asking if going forward they are going to look at what to do. In fact, our cry has been heard, and he just took office about a year ago. He has received our letters, and he's also going to sit down with his technical team. They've already come to inspect the area and, all that. But in fact, we have not seen any attempt as I speak. And we are even approaching the rainy season. We are expecting more rain. And our situation is going to be wet if nothing is done about it.
All right. So in your view, who bears the responsibility? Is it the local authorities, developers, or both? Or maybe even you people living there?
In fact, I would say all of us are involved. The reason I would say all of us are involved, like you said, I overheard when I joined the line that, yes, people build on waterways and blah, 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 blah. Yes, that is one main problem because the water source, which comes down our lane, after the construction of the main OEB Apollonia Road, they left all the storm drains open. Yes, so once the water comes in from the top, it just comes down and finds its own way. Now, there is one big channel just by the main road, which is supposed to connect straight to the Sasabi stream. But it runs through the old settlements of OEB. I mean, the natives, those who have been there from the 80s and, they built their house, decades ago. It runs through that particular place. And if that particular channel would have to come straight into the Sasabi stream, which is going to eventually stop all our problems here, I think the authorities need to sit down with the people, speak with them, and see how best we have a win-win situation where it's either those people within those settlements are either compensated, because these are people who have been living there for God knows how long. You cannot just come and say, okay, we are just going to move them. Or we sit down and have a reasonable agreement with them, because they are also seeing the impact of what that particular thing is causing within this area. And I believe these people are understanding people if we have to sit down with them and, we come into agreement. I don't think leaving a 5 or 10 feet space for a drainage system to be constructed is something that is so difficult for us to all come together and understand.
Right.
So that is where I feel the issue is. But for me, I also feel the authorities must stamp their authority, because one person's issue cannot affect an entire community.
Right. But in your view, does this actually affect the property values?
Sure, it does. It does. As I speak with you, I know about 2 properties within my area that have been put for sale. But people actually come when they look at the road and the flooding is disturbing us here. They only turn back and never show up.
Right.
So for instance, this is one particular thing. And you see, initially when we came, we started by buying gravels and topping up on the road. Now we have topped up the road to the extent that our house are sinking because the road is now higher than than our home. So somebody who didn't know this place about 5, 6, 10 years ago would come and say, oh, your footings is very low or your house is very low. But these are houses that have about 7 to 8 courses of footings. But today, the ground level is even higher than these homes.
Wow.
You see? So, in fact, it is even affecting business-wise because when you even take a public transport, either a taxi, Uber, motor, or whatever, and they get here, they stop at a point and they say they can't go. So you either have to walk through the water or probably find another alternative.
For how long has this issue persisted, and how many homes are affected by this?
Okay, so this actually became a major issue in 2018. Because I remember I started my building in 2012 and I moved in 2016. Throughout the rainy seasons, during that time, there was nothing like this. In fact, this place doesn't get flooded at all. Until 2018, all of a sudden, we realized that the water, now rushes on the street. Let's look at the cause. That was when we identified that there has been a blockage where somebody has constructed a wall where the water is supposed to pass to other places, now finds its own way and spreads to the street. So this is when we actually started sending letters to the municipal assembly for their assistance. And as I speak now, members of the UBS sit down. We have sent about 14 letters to the assembly. And the previous people, I would say, never gave us any response to all those letters we wrote. It is only last year, I think, later part of last year, around November, December, where the chairman who has taken office, I think, some few weeks ago, responded to our letter.
Wow. So you are saying that a building has blocked the waterway. What has been done? Is it that the building has been left like that and maybe the owner of the building is still continuing the project?
Surprisingly, it is even an abandoned property. Surprisingly, it's an abandoned property. It is affecting that particular building itself because the place was like a motel. I would say, it was like a motel. And, the water actually passes through the frontage of the place. In fact, when the blockage was done, he himself started feeling it because now the water comes into his compound and makes the whole place inaccessible. Gradually, it started bringing cracks and all those things into the building, and the patronage actually went low and the place collapsed.
So what has been done in the interim? Per the letters you have sent to the assembly and all that, still the building is still there. Can't it be pulled down within the shortest period of time?
Not even the building. It is only the wall of the building, not even the entire building.
Just the wall.
Just the wall.
So what is stopping first the assembly from pulling it down, and also stopping the landlord association to also press on for this action to be taken?
Okay. So, we as citizens cannot sometimes take power into our own hands.
Right.
Sometimes you need to go through the processes. So that is when we actually started by writing letters to the assembly, of which we were even expecting for them to come for just an inspection to see whether what we are saying is true or false. But we never got any response, like I'm saying, until just last year. Now, what this new chairman has actually done is that I know he has come down with his team to check. They have seen the issue. They have also identified that particular property. And I know they've had a first meeting, but I have not been able to check or verify or know what actually transpired within the first meeting, whether the person is actually going to give his or her consent or not. For that one, I cannot say. But at least there has been an attempt. And within this week, one of your reporters came around. We actually went to his office, and he gave us a very positive feedback. As I speak with you, he called me yesterday and was telling me that they are scheduling another meeting with that property owner later this weekend. So he's going to give me feedback on what is going to happen next. So I thanked him and I hung up. So as I speak now, I'm just waiting on his feedback, what is going to transpire in their meeting this weekend.
And does it look like, per what he's telling you, it's going to happen before we have major rains or what? Because this back and forth can also cause bigger problems.
For me, I cannot say. I will not be in the best position to, give details, or because I don't even know what is going to come up. Like I'm saying, we've been chasing this thing for some time now. If from November till now, no activity has been done, and there's going to be a meeting this weekend for them to see what to do. It means probably it's going to take some few more months before any action might be taken. Right. Because some of us were even asking for only an equipment, so that even before this, they come to this resolution. I know on our street, if we have just a two-sided drainage system, at least the street will not get flooded. It will flood the moment it rains, but within an hour or two, it runs through the gutters, and motorists can plow the road. Students can actually walk on the road. Those of us doing our businesses here can also use the road.
Wow. So
there's a meeting which is supposed to be held. We are only asking for an equipment so that we can do the gutters on our street. That's it. And it's going to solve, in fact, about 80% of the problem.
Yeah. And I asked you how many households are affected by this, or individuals within the area affected by this?
Okay. So I might not be able, I will not be in a position to mention the number of people in each house. So I'll be able to speak on the number of houses that will be affected. But I cannot tell about the number of, human beings involved. But this whole thing is affecting about 100 households.
Whoa.
Yes, within this community, about 100 households. Because when you take just Barbie Street, which is the aluminium factory road, the end-to-end of that street can have about 45 homes. So both sided is going to be 90. And you can look at the next street, because this place is a well-demarcated area where the streets actually run through. People have not really built. I mean, this side of our street. So about 100 houses, yes, I'll say, or more.
All right. From everything you just said now, it looks like there are multiple problems. But can you tell us, from your own perspective, the cause of the flooding? Is it the poor drainage planning, or the blocked waterways, or, say, construction without proper oversight?
No, it's not construction without proper oversight, but I would say it is poor drainage systems. Because when I said in my earlier submission, I mentioned that none of the streets here has any drainage system.
All right.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, Ni Afote Odai, thank you so much for your time. Wish that the assembly will do something immediate on your situation, because from what you have stated, there's a wall that is blocking where the water should ideally pass, so that the road wouldn't get flooded, homes wouldn't get flooded, as the various authorities will work around to also create a drain in the area. Sometimes, that's what I was saying, because it's a new area or it's a developing community, you wouldn't really know how the demarcation is done. But we don't know whether they are landlords themselves, or they are residents, or they are people who, in a way, own these places. Maybe the landlords are there, but since they are also staying in the area as residents, they wouldn't be able to have much to say, but it's affecting them. Look at the road. For instance, you've gone out and you are coming back home and you've washed your vehicle, or you've taken the vehicle.
This area, you don't wash your vehicle.
Then the vehicle will get rusted.
Yeah. This area,
yes.
You can't wash your
you
vehicle.
can't wash your vehicle.
Because when by the time you go out and come back, you will have to wash it. Your water will finish. Are you not hearing that there's no water?
When you go to the washing bay, you'd be able to get water to wash the vehicle. So this is a very pressing issue. We would want to speak to the assembly member soon so that we will find out from him what he's doing about this at the assembly level, because everything that is being said points to the fact that the assembly must act. That is the Ponkatamanso Municipal Assembly. They must act on this immediately. But, he said that from November, they've been going back and forth. But Ghana will like too much process, too much bureaucracy.
And if we listen to the first report, and I mean, like the first person that spoke on the report, he said they've complained and, gone to the, assembly, but they just keep mute. But when it's time to collect money or come and write on your wall, they do
property tax.
They do that very, very easily. And I think that's the same problem that I also sort of have in my area. When you look at Google Map, right? Google Map actually shows you where there should be an access road.
Yeah.
Understand?
Yeah.
But when you it's when you use a hailing service, a cab hailing service, is when you realize that some people have actually built on ways that they are not supposed to build. You understand? Because the car will be telling you, okay, take left, or the app will be telling you take left.
Yeah.
And that left is somebody's house.
It's happened to me before.
That left is somebody's building. Where am I going to?
I was going to, is it Lashibi or something, or Sakumono area, and the Google Map kept saying, this is a direction you have to use.
Yeah.
But we get there and we get blocked, or we can't move again.
Do you understand?
So it tells you that ideally the Google Map has a demarcation or something has to be done. That is a road, but somebody has built there. And who is monitoring?
I said they don't monitor. When it's time to come and write that thing on your wall with the red paint, they will come. And that house can actually be on the wheel, but they will just write it. And when you sort them out, you will see the next thing they've painted it. The house is set.
They write a produce permit.
Exactly.
And if you do not produce permit and you go through the process and you just do your little, like what you are saying, you sort people out more, then Charlie, the project can go. It's not fair. It's not fair. People who are from OEB are really suffering. We have somebody.
Prosper Amu, who's the Zonal Council Chairman at Bonkatamansu Municipal Assembly. Hello, sir.
Yeah, good morning.
Good morning. Thanks for joining the show.
Thank you.
All right, I'm sure you already know why you've joined the show. But then can you tell us what the situation is like right now and how long this has been going on for?
Okay. Earlier on, I took office about a year ago. So when I took office, I received a letter from the said association. So we took the engineers to the ground. They want to construct their own drain, so they needed technical advice from the assembly. Initially, 2 years ago, we tried to construct the drain for them, but when we get to a certain point, there was there's this a land that is for one of the residents. It is a wall.
Mm-hmm. Hello?
Okay. Maybe you would have to re-establish contact and get back to Prosper, who is the zonal council in the
Hello, Mr. Prosper.
Assembly. I think he's gone off because he was giving us details of what the conversation
that
has
particular
been
war,
like.
I guess. Yeah.
That particular war. So if you can re-establish contact and get Prosper back online so that he can give us details of what is happening in the area, how soon that particular wall that is blocking the water can go down, and how soon the government can take or get action done in the area, i.e. The road, the drains and all that. Mind you, we are live. We are coming to you. This is what we are bringing to you. So you can also join us on 0204447033 on our text lines and let us know what is happening in your community. This is what is happening at OEB Estate Down. The residents are complaining about no drainage in the area. They have come together to try working to get a drain in the area, but there's one big problem. That is the wall. A wall has been built and the wall is blocking the free flow of water whenever it rains.
Right.
And this has pushed the water to spill on the road.
Right. So we actually have some messages from residents in OEB. Glover from OEB says, please, the actual problem is that drainage systems are basically non-existent in this place. Because of this, people whose houses are walled begin to look like the reasons why the water ebbs in the middle of the road. And we have Teresa from Malaysia, and she says these images are just the tip of the iceberg. Wow. When it actually rains, there is a nightmare there it is, a nightmare to use that road. So basically, it's a nightmare to use that road, if I can even call it that. I have friends who perch with me when it rains because they know what they would meet if they attempt to go home.
Wow. And it tells you that the issue is very big, and if it's not resolved immediately, the problem can escalate into something else. So we are just hoping that we'll get a lot more individuals commenting on this issue so that we can see how best the authorities can move into the area and get it resolved, because the residents are scared that with the onset of the rains, it's going to get worse. And once it gets worse, we are now going to take our cameras there again and report that the situation has gotten bad. People are moving from their various homes. People's homes are flooded. Properties have gotten destroyed and all that. These are some of the signs we see, but we just ignore. They just come up as and when. Gradually. Then you now know that a particular area is suffering, and anytime there is a downpour, then people are supposed to run away. Yes. So if you know that where you are building, it's on waterway, like the president has stated when he visited the Ramsar site at Malam, those structures should be pulled down. If it's not pulled down immediately and you are blocking the waterway and you want another person to suffer, no, it's not good. So if the assembly has an action to take, it has to be done now. From what Ni Afoti said, it's like the back and forth is too much. Today we go this, we take this message to this person, this individual says this, then we go to another individual, that individual is saying this. We are just hoping and praying that the meeting they are going to have by weekend, they would be able to get the issue resolved.
Right. And another thing that he said that scared me is that they have used so much gravel, much. I mean, they've used a lot of gravel that now that their house is sinking. And that's scary.
Let's bring you one of the landlords in the area, Clement Wilkinson, who was the former Amasama or Gan West Municipal Assembly MC. Honorable, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
I trust you are doing well.
I'm doing very well.
You have a property at OEB Estate Down. What is the issue?
Good morning to you. Good morning. That OEB area, if care is not taken in the next 2 years, I don't think somebody can go through there. You know, we have some big men around those areas, both NDC, MPP. I'm using it direct. If I say big men, some of the politicians have the properties there. And you see, when it's a Hamatan time like this, Hamatan time like November, December, there, people will sell the land. And you go there, you see a dry land. And that dry land, people will buy. But when it's a rain season, They won't do anything there. They will wait another year to build. But you see, I've been a municipal chief executive before, and I know how the situation is. No municipal chief executive would like what is going on there. But I must tell you, there is instruction. Oh, here belongs to somebody. They are going to fill the place very well. And when it happens that, you see, the technocrats, you are the chief executive, but the technocrats, the engineers, the coordinating directors, the city planners, and all those people don't run away. You, the chief executive, you can't do anything. They have to do that work. They have to stop them. Because if you are not careful in a chief executive, you involve yourself over 100%. What is going to happen is that you are disturbing the people around those areas, and they have to remove you. So it's like every chief executive, because you have been appointed, you'll be there not on autonomous something. No. But I must tell you that if the staff are taking measures of these things, the engineers, the city engineers, and all those people are taking serious issues on those issues, we will not be seeing those things. So that will you be down there, will you be there?
Clement, I want to ask you something. You said a chief executive do not have the power to get the buildings down, but not long ago, in the previous administration, there was an instruction that any building or structure obstructing free flow of water should be pulled down. So the chief executive can give the order so that that particular structure can go down, because I know that it's in the mandate of the assembly to ensure that the structural, or when it comes to spatial planning in areas, should be done properly.
You know, I've been there before. You know, I've been there before. And what I'm telling you, I'm not saying the chief executive doesn't have the powers. The chief executive has the powers. But you will call the engineers, you give instructions. You will go there together, you go and do demolition. Philip, you know I've done a lot with you before. And you will go there, you do the demolition. The next 2 weeks or 3 weeks that you won't be there, you are not there, something will happen. And that thing, if you ask the engineer will tell you something else. You know, whenever the president go around like this, they will be saying all those things. When there is the water is not flowing here, pull those things down. Do you remember Honorable Henry Corti? He did something at the Ramsden site. Do you remember what happened? Did they go to the Ramsden site and see? So it means that we, the government appointees, are doing our best. But we don't know where those things are coming from. You live there right now. Come to my area, Amasaman. Come to the Insati River. People are burnt because there's no chief executive there for about 5 months. And come and see what is happening there. And the same thing is happening at Oyibi. The same thing is happening at Tema. The same thing is happening everywhere. If you go there right now, because of the chief executive is there, it's not there, something will happen. But later on, the chief executive will come, and then they will shift the brain to the chief executive that, oh, the chief executive is not doing well. Go ahead and do it and see. I said the example is the Ramsey site. What is happening there now? You can visit there, my brother.
So you think that with the issue at OEB Estate down, nothing can be done about it?
Hello?
I'm asking that you
Hello, I can hear you.
So are you saying that nothing can be done about it?
Something can be done, but we have to pull out the political aspect from it. That's it.
Right.
We just have to pull the political aspect from it. Because if NDC is doing, MPP will talk. If MPP is doing, NDC will talk. It's like the Galamsey. My sister. It's like the Galamsey. So if a rich man can buy a Rapsen site and do a huge filling and build, and most of the rich men are, some are them. Some of them are politicians. So if we don't pull the politics out of this,
right,
and we said we are going to follow the system how it is, then I don't think we can go anywhere.
Right.
Now NDC is there. You just go and do the demolition and see. Somebody will talk. You have been hearing this, right?
Yeah.
And Nancy and Namo say you have been hearing this. So NDC will go and people will come. The same thing will happen again. But the society, me in my area, what I did was that I left everything for the for the residency. That if something is happening, you live there, so stop the person. And they did. And if you go some of those areas now, nobody can build on roads because they will not allow you to do it. They are there, they are politicians, but they are seeking their interest first. Is that okay for you?
Right. But what role can the community actually play in keeping, the drains functional or reporting these issues?
Yes, the community has to form, like, they have residents association. The residents association has to be very strong so that they will not allow anybody to block the waterways or the roads. Then somebody will go there, they will go back. But they, the residents, they are there always.
Right.
So because they are there, their role is to make sure nobody builds on those roads or the waterways.
But since
do that, the politicians will they will go there and go back.
But since you have a property there, what are you also doing to ensure that the drains are functional, like Chris has said, and also that particular structure is pulled down? Have you also supported their cause, going to the assembly?
So our problem is that some people say, if you go to work early 5 a.m. and come back 7 p.m., you only see that person Sunday afternoon. And that Sunday afternoon, he will go. When we call a meeting, he will not come around. Those people too are there. So the unity too is not there. So you see, it cuts across. It cuts across. So the government in power has to, you see, for instance, if there is a voting ahead of us, like 2028 election, nobody will try to be doing those things so that those areas, he, the MP or the MC, become an enemy for the people there. No. But you see, if there is a society like Nadmon, and Nadmon is under the government, if Nadmon is autonomous, that they can do their work, and when government comes, the Nadmon director or the Nadmon coordinator will not be removed from there. I think that would be the best. Because when something happens, they will carry the rice bag and how do you call it, the mattresses, and go there and sardine and share.
Right.
How many do they give it to them? How many do they take to their homes? So what do you think is their prayer? And he knows that after election, if I lose, I won't come back here.
Well, Clement Wilkinson, thank you so much for your time. We are grateful that you could join this conversation. Clement Wilkinson is a landlord at OEB Estate Down and a former MC for Ghana West. He has stated what is on the grounds, and he says that the issue can be resolved devoid of politics, like you've been saying. Politics. Because it looks like politics is eating into everything.
You see? That's the problem. And I actually really agree with him that that if everything is just being politicized, it's going to end up just being a petty game of, the same cycle happening always. It's just this government. So, okay, I wanted to say something, but we're on TV.
Or you can join us 0302-784-969. 0302-784-969. If you reside in OEB and you know of this problem, you can let us know. And if there is a similar issue in your area as well, you can join us so we can have a conversation on this. I'm sure now that the MCs, the mayors or the DCs are yet to be confirmed by the assembly members, you can now put this question to them, asking them whether they would be able to resolve these drainage situation or fix your roads immediately they are confirmed.
All right, so we actually have a caller right now from Kaswa, Adam Nana. Hi, Adam.
Yeah.
How are you?
I'm fine, madam.
All right, thanks for joining in. All right, so you want to contribute to what we are talking about, right?
Yes, yes.
Okay, go ahead.
In fact, good morning to you people.
Good morning to you.
But what you people are discussing in the other areas is in the same area at Adam Nana Blue here.
Okay.
People just wait, or do they have a drain? So most of the people's building, they put their outlet on the road.
Mm-hmm.
And where I am, anytime there is a rain, small rain, then it is flooded. Nobody can pass them.
Mm.
There was a time I was working, then I saw school girls, small girl going to school, and all of a sudden her shoe remained in the dust. I have to pull my house and then pull it and then send the girl back to the house. And I met another old lady who is sick, a stroke woman.
Mm-hmm.
She also reached that place, could not pass. In fact, it is disturbing in my area, and I don't know where to pass. NADMO has come here for several times, but we don't see them again. So this is my concern. I also want to contribute.
Right.
So this is at Kaswa.
Yeah, Kaswa, Adam Nana Blue Kiosk.
Adam Nana Blue Kiosk.
Okay.
Yes.
So this is under the Ewutu Senya municipality. Is it the east or west? Or
Yeah, I may say, you see, where I am living, sometimes people come from Accra, they are managing here. Sometimes people too also come from the Breku, and they also say they are managing. So I don't know what is happening.
So that means the demarcation is not right.
Almost about 15 years now. And all the time there is a village over there.
Wow. Okay.
As I'm speaking now, if rain comes today, it will enter my room.
Oh.
Some has built on the waterway. Some there is a road leading to Amaprom. Somebody built on the road, and nobody is talking. So if I get opportunity to speak to you people, can you come to my aid? I beg you people.
Rightly so. We are just hopeful that the authority is paying attention to this concern. I said Kaswa Adam Nana
Blue Kiosk.
Adam Nana Blue Kiosk.
Yeah, when they come, they want to call this number, they'll see me, and I'll lead them to show them where areas water are coming from.
Okay.
We'll pick your contact and we'll ensure that we will visit you in the area and see how dire the situation is. So our producers can take the number and we'll take the contact and visit Adam in this area. Adam, thank you for your call. But what he's saying, it looks like there is no demarcation. Gas South is coming in, and also Senya Breku, or Ewutu Senya is also coming in to demand property tax, like you were saying. You demand property tax and nothing is happening in the area. You can join us with your thoughts, submissions and comment via the phone lines 0302-784-969.
All right, so we have Nana from OEB down who's joining us right now. Hello, Nana.
Yes.
How are you?
I'm fine.
All right, it's nice to have you on the show. Can you share your situation with us?
Our situation here is very terrible.
Okay.
You see the little girl crossing the water?
Yes.
There's a little girl crossing.
Yes.
That's my daughter.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
Sister, when it rains here and the school children close from school, it's terrible. It's terrible. You see these children. This area, no politicians come here before. No MPP, no NDC. Nobody should say that they come here and do anything. It's only the residents who have been trying. If not, it will be worse than this.
Mm-hmm.
This rain, this water is just a little rainfall. It's just a little rainfall. Just imagine it rain for 2-3 hours. Just imagine. This is where I pass every day, where the child is passing. That's my house.
Mm-hmm.
When it rains, my dear, When it rains and you see this road, it looks like we are staying in a village that, I mean, we are producing tomatoes. A whole Accra, Oyibi, look at our street. Look at our street, and we have so many schools surrounding us. No MPP, no NDC comes here before. It's only the residents. We have been trying to do something. We are trying to do something there. The only thing we are asking them to do is they should give us the construction. You know, they have to come and help us when to construct the drainage. Nobody comes here. If somebody says they come here, they are lying. Nobody. Even the assemblyman, he is having a shop where the tricycle is going. You see the tricycle in front of the assemblyman has a shop there. He always pass here, my dear. He always pass here. Just recently, I've not been seeing him. We are suffering. We are suffering. The only thing we need here is drainage, big drainage, to help us, so that we can do our business, so that we can move around. Anytime you go out and you are coming, you are afraid. Does it rain here? What is happening there? Because from the aluminium junction there to this lane down there is not easy. It's never easy, sister. Look at the cars. When it rains, you see a lot of cars breaking down on the road.
Right.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much for sharing your contribution, and also hello to your daughter, and sorry for everything that she has to go through, maybe just to go to school or even just to get something on the street or even visit her friends and family.
It's heartbreaking because if you should have issue like this on your road, like I was saying, you said you don't even have enough water to think of going to get your car washed, and the moment you wash your car, you think of it. Hey, so am I going to pass through this the mud into my house? And this is a big problem. So I think that if the action must be taken and must be taken now, you can still join us 0302 784 969. Raymond from Koforidia is joining us. Raymond, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
What is the issue in your area, or you want to comment about the OEB issue?
Yeah, I wanted to comment about that OEB problem. We have been using politics in damaging of our things in the country. Now let's look at how Galamsey is being destroyed, our water bodies at this country. Especially when you come to where I'm staying at Koforidia in Kraken. As I'm talking to you now, we don't have water at that place.
Oh.
We find it difficult in getting water. Today I went to fetch water and the water was like black. So we cannot use that water in preparing of our food or something else. We have to go and buy pure water again and use it. When you come to this area to where our women, I mean our mothers, are selling in the market, there is a lot of refuse being packed at that place. In which that particular thing can cause cholera in the system. So I'm also trying to inform you about something going on at Koforidia and Kraken.
Okay, that's fine. We'll keep our cameras, our lenses on that particular issue. We would bring it to the limelight so that the public can see what is happening in the area. So you can still join us on our phone lines. We have some messages coming through though. Alfred at Timbila from Boko district in the Upper East region says good morning to your viewers and good morning to MP for Boko. Please, the main situation to Ghanaians' problem, or the main solution to Ghanaians' problem is we need military rule. No. We do not need any military rule as at now. Another message coming through says that good morning. I'm Lesex from Bawe CP. We are facing similar situations over here, but nothing has been done. It looks like there are a lot more issues in various communities concerning the drains and also flood.
Right. So we have Benjamin from OEB joining us right now. Hi, Benjamin.
Hi.
You're welcome to the show.
Thank you.
All right. Can you please share your situation?
Please, I just want to give the contribution so far what the assemblyman has already said.
Right.
Sometimes when you are going to buy land, you need to check the environment when you are going to buy the land. Sometimes you will buy the land, you don't go to the right or the, let me put it, we have a waterland areas. Those waterland areas, they are only where when the water, there be a rainy season, those areas where that water flow through to our drains. But people are filling those areas and they have been selling it. So after you have encountered those things, then you have been calling for government to come to your rescue. But in the meantime, when you are going to buy the land, you don't check all those things. You see, with this thing that have been done, just a little road, because the whole area, some of the areas are the flooded area already.
Right.
So caution to our people, when you are going to buy a land, if you don't know the land, you just ask for, because we have a waterland area.
Right.
No matter what you do, you will experience those things. So when you go to other areas like this, some people, they are filling with the garbage, like broken bros and those things. When they get it after, then they sell it. So we should be vigilant, so that we shouldn't enter into those things. Every day we are calling for the government to come for our rescue. Secondly, what I want to plead to the assemblyman and the MP. I've been calling, making calls for them to come to our rescue. We need water. We don't have water in OEB now. No land for OEB. OEB has already occupied. Unless somebody land that is going to sell it for you. We are suffering with water. We don't have water in OEB.
For how long haven't you had water in OEB?
I came to OEB only 6 years now. Since I arrived at OEB, we don't have water. There's water at the OEB junction, at the, how do you call it? From OEB junction to a certain distance. From there, no water again. We have been calling and pleading for our assemblymen and the MP right now, that it should come to OEB and do something for us, because we are buying water, expensive water. So we are pleading with you to draw the attention of assemblymen and the MP, because if you know that, it will reach some point, we will just organize a demonstration.
Right.
We are pleading, so please help us.
Well, interesting. So they don't have water. The drains are.
We are buying expensive water.
Thank you so much for your time. Your points have well been made. They do not have water. They don't have drains. The roads are bad. OEB, interesting.
And there are no lands, so they're warning everybody. So if you want to buy a land there, you have to make sure you research,
of course,
before buying the land.
And like one case said, people buy the lands during dry season.
Yeah.
So you buy the land during dry season, expecting
Mm-hmm.
that when it rains, you wouldn't have issues. You definitely have issues. Alex from Dodowa says that, good morning, Channel 1 and Breakfast Daily. It's very annoying when politicians come on air and just like to save their skin, and imagine at the cost of we, the actual constituents. No politician has come to OEB, and I'm very sure of it. I have many friends in that area, especially the estate down area. They have been complaining for ages about the same issue, and not a single finger has been lifted with regards in this issue or to this issue, not to mention that many other issues that plague them there. God, that's what you're saying. I say God will judge them, but that's what you're saying. So the issue, like the last caller said, a number of issues in OEB. And the MC is yet to be confirmed. The MP for the area, Bonkatamanso, that is Joseph Akwete Tete, if I got the name right. That's him, Joseph. He has also complained before on Breakfast Daily that the area, they do not even have water. but they are trying to find ways and means to get the issue resolved. But that building that is blocking the water should be pulled down. Maybe that wall should be pulled down immediately, and the people should just heave a sigh of relief as soon as the rain set in. We shouldn't just hear concerns of flooding in the area, but at least something should be done so that people who are staying in that area can be comfortable. Chris?
Well, it's just sad that we have to keep talking about these things, but it's also a great platform for us to, share these problems. And I hope those in charge actually get up, buckle up, and work, because enough is enough. People are really suffering. I mean, it's already bad suffering the economic grunt that is happening worldwide. You understand? It's already bad. So it's like each day is a fight for survival. You understand? So while we are trying to survive each day, while we are trying to look for the next CD to eat or the next dollar to eat, some basic amenities should actually be already there to help us even just cool off, like water, like good roads, like electricity, like drainage systems.
To make our lives easy. Well, let's bring you the entertainment highlights of the day.
Hello and welcome to Entertainment Highlights on Breakfast Daily. My name is Ni Komete Kome. Now to our first highlight. Renowned Ghanaian high life star Kwabena Kwabena is running for SRC president at the University of Professional Studies Accra, UPSA, where he is studying for a bachelor's degree. Known for his philanthropy through the Save a Life Foundation, Kwabena Kwabena's bid is inspired by artists like Samini and Dr. Crime, who entered student leadership. His campaign for the May 30, 2025 election promises inclusivity, academic excellence, and a vibrant link between arts and academia. We wish him all the best. Now to our next highlight. Justice Nwosu Eheme of the FCT High Court has sentenced Peter Nwachukwu, husband of late gospel singer Osinachi, to death by hanging for culpable homicide. Nwachukwu, arraigned on 23 counts including spousal battery and cruelty to children, was found guilty after testimony from 17 prosecution witnesses and evidence presented in court. Besides the death sentence on count 1, he also received various prison terms and fines for other charges. His lawyer pleaded for leniency, but the court upheld strict sentencing. Now to our next highlight. Ghanaian dancehall star Shatta Wale has stirred speculation with a cryptic Facebook post on April 27, 2025, warning an unnamed party. And I quote, #RNAQ, what you are trying to do to me, you won't win, so stop it. Otherwise, when I flip. End quote. The initials RNAQ have sparked rumors linking the message to Richard Ni Amakwe of Bill's Microcredit. Though no confirmation has been made, Shatta Wale, known for his outspoken character, has yet to clarify the post's meaning. Now let's check out Channel 1 TV's Top 10 Countdown.
Number 10. Number 9. Number 8.
I want to show you money. Can you please give me body? Pose for the photographer.
Number 7. Number 5. Number 4. more be my mia. I need some help. Put my head on fire, can't cool. My head on fire, can't cool.
Number 3.
Just you wine, let me shake it to the max. Shake it to the max. Shake it to the max. Shake it to the max.
Number 2.
Someone so she's nomadest. Somebody still my baby. You know make I carry your love. Think some mama go back up, but no. Oh my days. I never want to share my
Number 1.
If you see the lights, remember that I was with you. When you are lost and lonely lover, don't forget about me so soon. I saw it go.
And this is how we conclude today's session of Entertainment Highlights on Breakfast Daily. For more entertainment news, visit GhanaWeekend.com and Ghana Weekend TV on YouTube. My name is Ni Komete Kome.
And there you have it. That's the entertainment highlight of the day. And we want to thank you for joining us today on this episode of Breakfast Daily. And we hope to see you tomorrow, because tomorrow we're going to be coming with a fresh new episode right here on Channel 1 TV. My name is Chris Carter.
My name is Philip Ni Latte.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
In a world filled with challenges, we all need guidance, hope, and a lifeline to anchor us.
This is Lifeline, and I'm your host, Fred Crunchy Mensa.
From social issues, relationship challenges, and family matters, Lifeline is here to inspire, uplift, and guide you on your journey.
Where we give you support, where we hold your hand through the valley and through the thick and thins of life.
Join Bishop Fred Crunchy Mensa.
I welcome you especially to Lifeline.
Every Tuesday and Thursday at 10 p.m. right here on Channel 1 TV. Let's walk this path together, strengthen our faith, our families, and our lives. Lifeline, because every soul deserves a guiding light. Tune in to Lifeline on Channel 1 TV and let's grow together.
no. That's what dog I said. Me want some. I told them, yeah, a baby, you know, I say, I'm moving to the episode of I dinner go mention. I don't know who I got a brother. And take your man sign when you be appreciated. You know, I say, from my woman, you know, brave. Guys, I wouldn't tell them, see my uniform. I wish one day you would become my wife for life. Be there, oh, wow, 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 wow. Be your biaga, oh, and forever, forever day. Be there, oh, wow, 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 wow. Be your biaga, oh, and forever, under your way. Oh yeah. Never, 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 never. Oh yeah. Oh. When you're shown, oh, bad when you're shown, oh, bad when you're shown, oh, bad when you're shown, Kaja Israel, Kabaji, Kaja, sit down when you're shown, Kaja Kushima, you know, when you make your name, when you're shown. So Timbuktu, Ghana Mali, Sumanguru, you know what you're shown. When you're shown. So Timbuktu, Ghana Mali, Sumanguru, you know what you're shown. Verses 1 and 3. I get ready.
Diplomatic bus. What are diplomatic passports? No one. Okay. Let's bus one. Let's sing together. Say, mommy, can't you roll that? See, Ganya, Boada, Mawatcher, Penny Kakra. See, Gaya, Bamba, Sikayu Boja, Appa, Sikayu Boja, Sikayu Boja, Sikayu Boja. One more time, say, mommy, can't you roll that? See, Ganya, Boada, Mawatcher, Sikaye Bamba, Sikaye Boja, 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 Sikaye Boja. When you want a yard, when you went to me, when you went to me, caravan, then I see Kaye Boji. I swear, Missy, when you are any day, when you went to me, Yashia, Uni, Sikaye Moje, Sikaye Moje, then I see Kaye Mojamba. Missy, Sikama, our resort, Mewa, Sikasha Bushia. Sikama ije, Sikama honka, ye adasame, wanka nokore, Sikanya wakra, Nibada senyi presike, Kuntia sekra, Ebu Sikea. Pastor for no, we are young people. I'm with your mommy. Pastor. Sadama kala kala go and do my video. Sadama kala kala go and do my video. Pastor, are we ready? Hey, Pastor. Hey, I'm Pastor boys, girls, big one. That's right. Okay, verse 3, okay, let's go.
you ready? Verse 3. A 1.
What there?
A 2.
What there?
Okay. 1, 2, let's go. 1, 2, 3, let's go.
Apa.
Yakura. Hey.
Sakuruba.
Hey.
Sakuruba. Hey. Sakuwaba. 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 Hey. Hey. Turn down low.
A 1.
What there?
A 2.
What there?
A 3.
What there? Stop. Yes, sir. Hey. Verse 3 with the energy. Jump by. See, give me the energy. 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 Wabino, one hour Tokyo. I see now Wabinia. Waju. Never is a yatu. Wabino, one hour Tokyo. I see now Wabinia. Waju. Never is a
This Friday on Footprints, we continue our conversation with Kojo Bonsu, former mayor of Kumasi, who delves into his business life, his sports life, and his political association.
When we lost Senegal 92, we came back. That is when we got a friendly with Germany. I was the one who arranged that match.
Wow. So how did you do that?
I was working for Adidas. And Adidas controlled the German Federation. I advertised. I came out, Fitzbafu and I, we did an advert for NDC.
The TV ad?
The TV ad.
Your friend Kojo Bonsu.
Yes, we are Santini Nana. Santini Nana. Me too about my NDC. So Shahona too about my NDC. To become a mayor of Kumasi, you need the brains, you need the leadership skills, you have to be an entrepreneur, you need to be able to think very fast for Kumasi. Otherwise, you're in trouble. From the onset, I followed NDC. So when I came out to advertise for President Mills, a lot of people were shocked. But how? That's Antiniba. Kojo Bonsu. How?
Footprints airs every Friday at 7 p.m. with a repeat on Sunday at 4 p.m. only on Channel 1 TV.
Sometimes, to catch a killer in a crowd, all it takes is one little click. In June last year, blood was spilt on the grounds of Kenya's parliament. The month before, the government, led by its president, William Ruto, proposed its annual budget, the 2024 finance bill.
If we are a serious state, we must be able to enhance our taxes.
By raising taxes, it promised to address the country's growing debt problem.
I vote yes.
But many young Kenyans, nicknamed Gen Zs, didn't see it that way.
Our members of parliament, the president, they are not listening to us at all.
People just had enough of everything. That is where it all began.
On June 25th, everything changed. More than 100,000 Kenyans hit the streets of Nairobi. Their aim? Occupy the parliament.
They were going there as owners of the house. It's a people's assembly, belongs to the people.
At first, security forces held them back with tear gas and truncheons. But as the day went on, tactics changed.
Every single time we went to the street, we even had our hands up saying, we are peaceful, we are peaceful. But they still gun people down.
At least 3 young men were killed at Kenya's parliament. David Chege, Erickson Mutisia, and Eric Shieni. That evening, President Ruto gave his account of what had happened.
Today, an otherwise legitimate expression of the fundamental rights and freedoms of assembly was infiltrated and hijacked by a group of organized criminals.
Though he regretted the deaths, he thanked the security forces and placed the blame squarely with those he called organized criminals. Since then, no official investigation has been published, and no one held to account for the killings on June 25th. But BBC Africa Eye has been digging. We've mapped more than 5,000 photos and videos to reconstruct those killings.
You could see he's clearly aiming, meaning he was aiming to kill as a message to them.
Now, we can show you exactly what happened. We can pick out the killers in the crowd. We can reveal who they were working for. And we can offer an answer to one simple question. Was there any reason to spill blood on the grounds of Kenya's parliament?
When I came into office, I told everybody, tighten up your belts. I am not going to preside over a bankrupt country. I am not going to preside over a country that is in debt distress.
In 2024, the government produces another finance bill.
Taxing basic commodities, so people couldn't afford them anymore.
Over the past decade, our tax revenue as a share of GDP has remained stagnant. This stagnation is a cause for concern.
It's already really hard for everyone as it is, and the taxes are going to make life much harder for all of us.
The whole principle is that you must live within your means.
We have billions of Kenyan shillings lost in corruption every single day, and no one is held to account. The differences between how the common citizen is living and how the political class is living is...
People are just pained, and our members of parliament, the president, they are not listening to us at all.
This committee did indeed listen to the people of Kenya. From the VAT that was proposed on bread, to the border sector, to the eco levies on diapers, on sanitary towels.
There was anger that was expressed yesterday on the streets.
And we start this hour in Kenya, where the security forces have clashed with hundreds of protesters opposed to tax hikes put forward by the government.
It was a Gen Z protest to begin with, young people.
The protests, they're not only in Nairobi, they're across the country. For the first time, it was the Kenyan people, the working class, and the middle class, and the lower class against the ruling class.
Even when we were on the streets, they don't understand why we are there.
We did the first protest on the June 18th arrest, June 20th arrest, and then we said on the 25th, we are coming back to occupy Parliament.
The atmosphere was extremely tense, but no one really anticipated what would have happened on 25th.
Honorable members, we have quorum to transact business.
June 25th, 2024.
Yes, order.
9:30 a.m. at Kenya's Parliament.
We are dealing with a very important issue of the finance bill.
Inside, MPs are filing in for the last reading of the government's finance bill. Outside,
it was a party. It was a beautiful party. Kids came out with Bluetooth speakers and their water. It was a carnival, the entire city. There was no destruction. There was no violence. There was only one goal. When we started reading the bill, we go to Parliament.
I'd look at every corner and every side. I really felt that this was it. This is something this country has never seen before. I saw hope.
My name is Ademba Alans. I'm a journalist by profession, currently in school. On June 25th, for me it was just a normal day. I knew people would just be there, shout, Ruto must go. People are live streaming on their TikTok, on their Instagram. And now the media is here. These things are being live streamed on national TVs. That's when I realized that it was going to be serious.
Honorable members, do we put the question?
By the time voting begins,
Will as many as of that opinion say aye?
numbers have hit over 10,000 in central Nairobi.
But said, you know what, we're going to go all out. We felt this was possible, we would finally occupy Parliament.
But the police have other ideas.
Now the numbers start getting bigger and people actually start getting arrested. The police are everywhere. They're trying to push people back. People start confronting the police officers. Not fighting them, but asking them, why are you arresting us? We are peacefully protesting.
For 3 hours, more than 100,000 protesters pour in from the east, the north, and the west. They unite and push towards their target, Parliament.
We are not scared at all. This is Kenya. We are one.
Order, honorable members, order.
Despite the chaos on the streets, MPs are still in the chamber.
I vote yes.
Ongili Babu Owino.
I vote no.
I was 100% supporting the demonstration. We were not happy in Parliament. There was a lot of lobbying by the executive, those members of Parliament who were in support of the finance bill. Earlier on, they were so happy that they were winning.
Back at the protest, police are holding these 3 pinch points. Tear gas and rubber bullets hound the protesters. But they keep coming.
People even climbing on top of those water cannons. People evading arrest. Now numbers are increasing. People had one sole goal: to enter the Parliament.
By 2 p.m, police are mounting a last defence at the northeastern corner of Parliament. But they're surrounded. Inside the chamber,
Honorable members,
something big is about to happen.
ayes 195, nays 106. The ayes have it.
The finance bills voted in. Opposition MPs storm out.
I said I will join the people.
Word instantly reaches the protesters.
After some of us getting arrested and being beaten up, they still pass it to be an actual bill. Now, this is when everybody is saying that whatever happens, we are going to enter the parliament and show the MPs that we believed in what we were fighting for.
At 20 minutes past 2, they break through.
It is happening, guys! It is happening!
They've reached Parliament.
Wadome manage kuingia Parliament. People are inside the Parliament.
A lot happens at once in the next hour, so we're going to break it down minute by minute. We've analysed over 5,000 photos and videos shot on the ground that day. We've determined when each was shot, using camera metadata, live stream timings, and public clocks visible in the shots. And we've plotted where they were shot on a 3D reconstruction of the site, giving us a second-by-second, 360-degree view of what happened next. We left the protest at 20 minutes past 2, with police in full retreat. Some demonstrators pursue them down Parliament Road. Others overrun this area and destroy an abandoned police truck. The rest tear down the fences and set foot on the grounds. The incursion is short. They don't make it inside. Security forces return up Parliament Road to clear them out. But with them come the photojournalists. On the front line, one photographer took these. He didn't know it then, but he'd just captured the last 3 seconds of this man's life. Seven men are hit.
The people now saying, they've shot people, they've shot people.
Edemba tries to reach them.
Now you're just there, you're also crying, you are terrified. Maybe I'm the next person who is going to get shot, but you have to help these people.
But for 2 of those men, he's already too late.
There was a guy next to me, was in white overalls. I don't know where he's shot, but he was shot. You could see blood.
We saw this young man in the street a few moments ago. His name is Erickson Mutisia. He was wearing white overalls from his work as a butcher. He was 25 years old.
I saw Erickson Mutisia a few minutes before he died. He died on the spot right next to me. What did he do wrong? Did he pose any threat? Why is he dead?
The second casualty is the man in the purple hoodie. His name is David Chege, a 39-year-old software engineer who ran a Sunday school for children.
He was kind, humble, soft-spoken.
Impossible.
No, it's impossible. You know why?
I went to some of those funerals. I went to enough funerals to last me a lifetime. The kids who buried him were his Sunday school students. And everyone had dispersed. Found the mother standing alone at the grave. Mom, so sorry for your loss. What did you like to tell the country?
Yeah, I have no words.
I actually think that was the last funeral that I went to. I couldn't handle the more mothers breaking.
To find David and Ericsson's shooter, we need to find the moment he pulled the trigger. Police advance up Parliament Road, then this happens. It's not clear at first, but look closer. One officer kneels to a firing position, and then this protester goes down, as does a figure dressed in white, Ericsson. To see David, we need to change our angle. If these shots hit him too, that officer's 50 meters from the pair as he takes them. And it just so happens one journalist was filming in the right place at the right time. Same shots. The protester we saw fall in the first video, and David, now dead next to him. There's no doubt some of these shots hit David and Ericsson. Meaning this man is the one who fired them. But how do you track a man with just a photo of his back? Look at the uniforms. Different weapons. Different body armor. Riot shields. Headgear. And in his case, an upturned neck guard. His features single him out in a video shot a minute later. A perfect match. He keeps his back turned in this one too. All except for one little click. Before he opened fire, he made sure to hide his face.
Why is his face being covered up? They decided that they have to shoot. Why? Why did you kill us? Why did you kill peaceful protesters?
But our hunt for accountability doesn't end here.
I just saw the video of moments before David Shege and Ericsson were shot dead. My heart really sank because you could hear the police officers saying, "Hua, hua." It's a Swahili word which means to kill. Why would a police officer who is mandated to protect us be that brutal and cruel for nothing?
After months of digging, BBC Africa Eye can identify this police officer. His name is John Kaboy. Multiple sources told us he's a plainclothes officer based at the Central Nairobi police station. Even after the fatal shots, he could still be heard urging his colleagues forward to kill. This is the man who fired those shots into a crowd 50 meters from him. And this is the officer who urged him to do it. both David and Ericsson were in that crowd. Neither of them were armed, and neither of them were organized criminals who'd hijacked the protest.
This is what the state is, killing its brave, harmless youths, demanding for a better country.
Ericsson's friends carry his body to the southern gate of Parliament. Through its bars, MP Owinu tries to console them.
These gentlemen were genuinely fighting for their lives. I jumped across the gate to see if I could provide help, but this young man had lost his life. From that moment, the Gen Zs were very close to Parliament. The only thing that they could fear was fear itself, and they say that enough is enough.
Rather than dissuade the demonstrators, the killings have galvanized them. They try for Parliament again, but this time they do it differently.
People came in numbers. Like, a whole stadium is there. Most of them are just, they fear for their lives, but they want to get to the Parliament.
One man at the front of the pack stands out. We saw him earlier, photographed seconds before David and Ericsson were shot dead. It's a clearer picture, but we still can't see who he is. But in this one, we can. No jacket, but the gloves are the same. And the shorts match too. His name is Eric Shieni. On a normal day, he'd be studying at university. But today, he's on the front line.
They were not running. They move, walking, then they squat down. The guards were overwhelmed. There's nothing that they could do.
Despite the warning shots, Eric stays with them as they make their final push.
People now entered the Parliament. People were inside the Parliament.
Once inside, momentum turns to mayhem. The damage is in the millions. Even the chamber is breached.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I'm here to address you. You must go. Ruto must go.
The last MPs who were just in that chamber evacuate.
Those MPs were so scared. Some were running through the tunnels. Some were getting into ambulances, trying to escape.
The destruction is severe but short-lived. After 5 minutes, they're leaving.
Maybe it's an adrenaline rush or something, but your brain telling you that somebody is going to die.
There's Eric. Something spooks the crowd. He's caught in the stampede. And we lose him. Ademba's right. Somebody's going to die. What just happened? Behind the smoke, 3 bodies remain. 2 of them are wounded. Ademba's there again, leading the evacuation.
This person is heavily bleeding. There is no ambulance, so we carry him.
They're shooting us. Why are you shooting us? Why are you killing us?
I feared for my life that my parents could never see me again. But I also feared to let other people die when I could help.
But the third casualty is beyond Ademba's help. A bullet's torn through the cap and its owner, Eric. Eric Kayoni Shieni.
Good day. Good day. Perfect day.
He was a 27-year-old student of the University of Nairobi. He studied finance.
I hope that his death is not in vain. And as long as we live, we shall fight for justice for him and the others who died in streets.
Baby, mani sina, leo sina kitu, kesho nitafanikiwa. Only you, baby, my only one.
Everything we've seen up till now leads us to one question. Who killed Eric Shieni? If we followed the trail of evidence to the fatal shot, we can find the man who fired it. It starts with the protesters leaving Parliament.
My name is Faith Odhiambo, and I'm the president of the Law Society of Kenya. The video is very clear. It shows that the protesters were walking out of Parliament, and when the shooting starts, they were all running out.
As a reminder, Eric's here, in his yellow gloves. We lose him for a moment, but pick him back up as he reaches the exit. A last flash of his yellow gloves, and then Eric goes down. Now we've got the gunshot, we can get the shooter. At first, the bedlam obscures any clues. Then this man steps into frame.
You could see he's clearly aiming, so meaning he was aiming to kill as a message to them.
Have a look from another angle. He's just 25 meters from Eric. And there's no question where his rifle's pointing.
The aim was to kill those protesters. Eric was just the unfortunate one.
With this video alone, our trail to the shooter looks like it's ending. But like the last one, this one's got a giveaway. His uniform. A white shoulder patch, a matte green helmet, tan boots, and a solid stock rifle. Perhaps that's enough. Three minutes after the shooting, a photographer caught these. At first, the uniforms all seem the same, but there's actually subtle differences. Wrong headgear, no shoulder patch, different rifle stock. But what about him? Same helmet, same boots, and a solid stock rifle. And the shoulder patch? Were he the shooter, it'd be on his other shoulder, which he shows in this video shot seconds later. We scoured through more than 150 images of the scene, taken within 10 minutes of the shooting. In all of them, only one man matches all the criteria on this list. Him.
Eric deserved a fair hearing. We don't know if he damaged Parliament or not. He wasn't aggressive. He was leaving the premises. They could have had him arrested, but the fact that you shoot his head, it was clearly an intention to kill. You have become the judge, the jury, and the sentence executioner for Eric.
Our suspect wasn't there by mistake. He was working for someone. So the last question is, who? The answer lies in these. Taken 7 minutes after the killing. The squad's moved, but our suspect's still with them. There he is, and there's his badge. But is it white? Boost the natural color. Black, red, and green too. Only one part of Kenya's security forces officially wears this when deployed domestically: the army. We consulted several senior officers in Kenya's defense forces, the KDF. All confirmed this man's uniform is that of the Kenyan army, a force well regarded by the public, not known for turning its guns on civilians. No single piece of evidence pinpoints Eric's killer, but connected, the trail of images we followed lay out a grim case. This man's features match those of the shooter. His uniform shows he's a soldier, and he was aiming at Eric as gunshots rang out. All our evidence points to one conclusion. This soldier killed Eric Shieni as he was running away.
That is unlawful. It is unnecessary use of force. Eric deserved a fair hearing. He did not deserve the death penalty.
It was very terrible that day. Let me just breathe, because there was actual psychological effect on me following the demonstration, because seeing what I saw in front of the parliament, the blood all over the ground, I wouldn't wish for anybody to go through that, any family to witness their son being buried.
More than 2/3 of Kenya's counties held demonstrations on June 25th. There was turmoil in some. Shops were looted, buildings torched, and an estimated 30 people killed. The account President Ruto gave on June 25th painted some of the protesters as organized criminals who hijacked the demonstrations. But for the killings at Parliament, the account captured on the cameras of those who were there is quite different. An account of impunity, of brutality, of blood.
The individual police officers that were caught on camera shooting. How do you sleep at night? There's a mother who wakes up every day crying because she lost her son. How do you live with yourself?
The next day, President Ruto backed down.
I run a government, but I also lead people. And the people have spoken. I concede. And therefore, I will not sign the 2024 finance bill. That becomes our collective position.
Our country is recognized. We are all one and we're all Kenyans. And we are fighting for the same thing. A single spark of defiance from these Gen Zs were able to change a whole trajectory of a country. You must listen to the heartbeat of the nation.
You're killing us.
We are going to demand for accountability